Here, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Prince Bench Namashe.
Molo Slalo Namalung.
Good morning.
I can say Andre is finding it difficult to adjust from Mr. to Prince.
Mr. Prince.
Mr. Cuthbert.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Mr. Thring. Mr. Thring is on the platform, Chair.
Okay, we note that.
Ms. Mutahum.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Ms.
Good morning.
Mwase.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Chair, those are all the members currently on the platform, Chair. The others may still join.
Thank you very much. Can we then check whether there are any apologies?
Chair, we have an apology from Mr. Mulder, who has to attend to some urgent party matters, Chair, and he submitted an apology.
Right, thank you so much. So we are quorate. Then as we go into our agenda, we'll be looking at an engagement with the downstream sugar industry on possibilities and challenges to sugar beneficiation, looking in particular at the food and beverages sectors. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has developed the first phase of the South African Sugar Value Chain Master Plan 2030, and is currently implementing along with industry players, government and labor. Part of this phase included the investigation of further ways to diversify beneficiation of sugarcane within the existing and future value chain. The committee has engaged the minister and relevant stakeholders on the progress in implementing this first phase of the master plan. While it welcomes and appreciates the need to diversify the value chain, it remains concerned about the viability of the various forms of sugar beneficiation. Furthermore, it has received some industry requests to engage with the committee on this matter, hence our meeting here today. Therefore, for the purpose of today's meeting is to engage with stakeholders in the food and beverages sector to unpack the possibilities for diversification, growth across the value chain, and uptake of domestically manufactured sugar, as well as to discuss the challenges that currently and that may in the future impede its uptake. It would also like to solicit any proposals from the invited stakeholders that government should consider to resolve these impediments. So I'll hand over first to the department, DTIC, to speak to this matter that's on our agenda today. Can we check who is doing the presentation on behalf of the department?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, the Deputy Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister, welcome.
Chair, my apologies, Chair. Did we adopt the agenda, Chair?
Oh, wow, sorry, we did not adopt the agenda. Can we have a mover and a seconder, members, for the adoption of the agenda? My apologies. I was so eager to get into Honorable Prince Burns Namashe.
Sorry, Chair, before you adopt.
Yes, proceed.
No, I wanted to check, Chair. And then how do we do it again if you want to propose a matter for this discussion? Do I write to you? But I don't.
You can write to me. You can say it in the meeting. We'll make it as part of the record of the meeting that such a request has been. But unless it's it's relevant to the agenda here today, I suggest that we do it at the end of the meeting, Dr. Tswaku.
Oh, yeah. No, I think let us do that. I just have a request, but it's not part related to this one, but it's part of the entities, and maybe I wanted to have a request. I would like to add, I wanted to check, because if the agenda had any other business, probably I would have added there. So, but with your indulgence, I probably would like to
I will give you opportunity, yes, at the end of the meeting, Dr. Tswaku.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Members, I seem to be having a problem with my video, so for now, I'm going to leave it off. I don't know if it's the bandwidth, but can I then go to Honorable Prince Burns Ngamashe for adoption of the agenda?
Nkosi Sihlalo, I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moatse.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I second the move of the adoption of the agenda. And also I want to put in note that I have a serious challenge of the network here at home.
Okay. Let's hope that you'll be able to make it through this meeting. Thank you very much. The agenda has been duly adopted. Back to you, Honorable DM. Nomalungelo Gina, sorry for the interruption, for the procedural mishap or not adopting the agenda. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I also be allowed to switch off my video? But greetings to you, Chairperson, greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and members of the department, and all the role players that are here in the sugar industry. Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, yes, we are here. Thank you very much for this invite. We are here to continue on our continuous discussions that we have with the Portfolio Committee when it comes to the sugar industry, and more especially our master plans, and what are the plans that are there, and what is it that you are continuing to do. But today, we also appreciate to have also at the level of the Portfolio Committee, this discussion that we are going to be having with the downstream players, more especially the food and beverages. It's nice to have that discussion at the level of the Portfolio Committee, because as we always say, there is so much that all of us learn from the Portfolio Committee, the contributions that will even assist us more as we go back to where we always meet to have our discussions at the level of the task teams that we are having. Will be having the ideas and the views of what is expected and how do you see the work that we do as the Portfolio Committee. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Chairperson, as I'm saying, we always come to the Portfolio Committee, and I know the progress that you know when it comes to the issues of our master plans and our objectives, where we want to see and where we're moving to. We know very well, we understand even the challenges that the whole sector has been faced with, the backdrop of all the challenges that the industry has been plagued with. The floods that have been there has had a very negative impact on the industry. The cheap foreign imports that you always see, of which those are the tax issues and the tariffs that we need to look at. The issues of the HPL, I know it has been ever raised, the drought, the floods, the unrest, and so forth. And we have seen the industry being very much resilient. And we always thank the industry for the part that they are playing, even on the monies that they have made available in making sure that they assist the small players within the industry in making sure that they become part of the economic growth of the country and make sure that they become the important role players within the sector. But also, Chair and members, there are several questions that we have received from the Portfolio Committee, of which, as DTIC, together with our role players, that is Sugar Association, the industry members, and all the stakeholders, we do have some of the responses, and as I'm saying, we learn from the input that we get from you as the portfolio committee. You know, when it comes to the questions that we have raised on the issues of transformation, we are happy to come here and share with you as to say we have appointed a specialist that is going to develop the medium to long-term strategy as to say how do we see this industry being transformed. And on that appointment is not DTIC, but that it was done in consultation with the role players. SASSA was playing a vital role when it comes to that, and we saw Deloitte being appointed. So we are looking forward to the work that they are going to be engaging in to make sure that when we talk to the issues of transformation per se, we see that transformation within the industry, we see that transformation, we see everyone being comfortable to play their role within the sector. On the issues of the amendments of regulations, we have started the arrangement since we know that the transitional arrangement will expire in 2024. So those are the things that we are saying. It was a question again from you as the portfolio committee. We are working on that. On the issues of SACU harmonization, again, Task Team 1 of our master plan is working on that. We are having a lot of meetings at the level of SACU and that harmonization. We can assure you very shortly we'll be coming to talk to the progress that we are doing when it comes to that sector. Again, another one that you as the portfolio committee raised was the issue of the whole question of policy alignment between government and other government departments, like the issue of HPL. We are having engagements with e-health. We need to have engagements again, of which we are continuing to have engagement with Treasury. So that is the alignment that we are working on as it has been raised by the portfolio committee. On the issue of the diversification of the industry, again, more especially when we talk to the sustainable aviation fuel, I'm happy to say that right now we have the biofuel task team, the BTT, where Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is part of that BTT, and we are very soon will be coming to the portfolio committee to report on where our discussions are and what is it that we are doing, because it's one area when we talk of diversification and the aviation fuel, it's one of the a little bit of low-hanging fruits where we need to get in together with Department of Minerals and Energy and see to it what is it that we can be done, and those are the discussions that we are having. You raise the issue of climate change, where the millers and growers continue to focus on the sustainable practices. We know, as I've said in my opening, that they've been impacted quite a lot, even with the floods that are here. So it's one area again where we all sit down and say, what is it that we can do when it comes to the issues of climate change and so forth? What can we do to be more sustainable where we face with these challenges? We don't see the sector drowning as we have seen them being affected. So those are the things that we are looking at, and the issue of the focus on the deliveries of small-scale growers to the mills. We've had a lot of engagements. SASSA can tell, and also SAVDA can even tell, that there are a lot of initiatives as to say how do their products reach the millings for crushing and so forth, the issue of the usage of Transnet, the trains that they put. So it's one other thing that we are saying we might not have reached there, but through this sector and the engagement and the commitments that we are getting, we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Every role player wants to make sure that we realize the objectives that we have put when it comes to the development and the progress within the sector. So we know the state of sugar industry that we are in, focusing on the past years. The droughts, as we have said, the health promotion, those are all the things, Levy, that we are looking at. So we know there have been a lot of events, the culmination of such events that have put a very difficult strain on the industry, but with the huge commitment that we are seeing, we are going to succeed and overcome these challenges. So today it will be very good to listen to the downstream players and say, what is it, where can we all come in and make sure that everyone benefits from what we are here for. So From the delegation of the department, we have got DDG Lerato, but the person who will be leading the presentation, chair, of which I would really love to hand over to, just to take us briefly, because we're all here to listen to the downstreamers today, to the players, to say what is it that they have. I will hand over to Ncumisa Mhlawuli, just to lead us on a very brief presentation of where we are as the department, so that we can listen to all the role players that are here, then we take discussions from there. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Mr. Mhlawuli.
Thank you, Chair and members, and good morning, DM, and good morning to Chair, members, and colleagues. I think DM has covered, I think, most issues in terms of my presentation, but it will be just to elaborate on few issues. Actually, if you can go back, I'll switch off my video so that we make sure that we've got good reception and audio. Just to, I think DM has covered the issues around, I think, what was discussed in the last PC. Maybe you can jump this one, Tsulu. Let's go to the next one, the state of the sugar industry. I think the DM has covered also this. And then maybe just to touch on the sugar value chain, just to say in terms of the sugar value chain, when you look at the upstream as well as the downstream, from the upstream, you will see that we've got sugarcane farmers. And the sugarcane farmers are mainly located in KwaZulu-Natal as well as Mpumalanga. And then also we have the sugar millers. I'm looking at the upstream now of the value chain. We have also the sugar millers and the sugar refineries. So the sugar cane farmers, they deliver the sugar cane to the sugar mills. We're talking about almost 12 sugar mills that are operational now. And then the sugar mills, they mainly produce sugar as well as byproducts, sugar, mainly your raw sugar as well as refined sugar. And then also they also process the sugar cane into byproducts like molasses as well as bagasse. And then in terms of the local market, local market for sugar, 26% of the sugar is exported. And then for the local market sugar, 74% is mainly marketed locally, mainly through the industrial sectors. The industrial sector is mainly I think some of the stakeholders that are here with us today, which is mainly the chocolate companies, as well as the fruit juice companies, as well as those that are manufacturing, beverages. So those are the companies that are mainly using sugar for the different, food, products, as well as I think you will see that also the sugar also goes to our wholesalers as well as the retailers. That is basically the value chain in terms of the upstream as well as the downstream. So mostly in the downstream, we are talking about your industrial sector, which is your industrial, your manufacturers of sugar. And then in terms of the competitiveness of the confectionaries, just to look at one subsector within the sugar sector that is mainly dealing with the sugar beneficiation. The total revenue of the confectionery industry in 2019 was almost up to 20 billion rands, of which 6.4 billion was mainly for the chocolates, and then 13.5 billion was mainly for the sugar-based confectionery. The industry is made up of many different scales of manufacturing, and we've got quite a number of multinational, companies like Nestle, Mondelez, as well as diverse local businesses like Tiger Brands, as well as Premier, who have confectionery businesses within their portfolio. And also to say that the industry is highly competitive with multiple players, including some of those that are dealing with pure import model, and some of the manufacturers, they also do the blending model of the local manufacture of the different types of products, confectionery products. And as you would know, that most industries, they are under pressure mainly due to the challenging economic climate, as well as low consumer confidence and increasing imports. The next slide, that is basically the competitiveness of the confectionery, if one can look at one sector that is dealing with the sugar beneficiation. Just to look at the master plan. So in terms of the master plan, who are the role players that are dealing with the sugar beneficiation? We've got almost 10 task teams. Sorry, out of 10 task teams, we've got 3 task teams that are dealing with sugar beneficiation, which is mainly task team 6 that deals with downstream diversification. There's also task team 7 that deals with product tax policy, and task team 10 that deals with the competitiveness of the sugar converters and confectionery manufacturers. That's from the stakeholders that we have today. We have on task team 10, the converters, they convene, they are one of the conveners of that task team. And also we do have, in terms of task team 7, the BevSA also, they are also convening the task team. And then unfortunately, we do not have, I think, the Fruit Juice Association as part of the task team, which actually means that I think now we're getting more and more role players in terms of the value chain implementation of the value chain master plan. But also to note that we are still at phase 1 of the master plan, which deals mainly with the issues around, transformation, as well as the issues around, downstream diversification. So we're hoping that phase 2 will make sure that there are more players from the downstream side. And then in terms of the objectives, these are the objectives that are mainly, issues that mainly dealt with by those. That is mainly to develop recommendation to sugar master plan members and key stakeholders about the future of the health promotion levy. That is very important. And also the task teams, also they deal with issues around feasible downstream products and strategies for inclusive technology. And also, and the last objective of the 3 task teams is to develop a plan for short, medium, and long-term policy strategy and practical actions to support the local sugar converters and sugar-intensive confectionery manufacturers, which is mainly dealing with the competitiveness of the sugar confectionery companies or manufacturers. So these are the role players. You would see from government, we do have NT, which is mainly dealing with a lot of issues in terms of health promotion levy, as well as the Department of Health, as well as the DFIs that are also assisting in the issues around funding and investment. And then also you would see that we've got quite a number of participants also from the stakeholders, including FSA, CGCSA, as well as the millers and growers. And also the converters, they are part of the task team, they are part of task team 10. The next slide, please. I think DM has covered a lot in terms of the key highlights and achievement, but just to put emphasis that I think in terms of the local procurement, I must indicate that Checker Shoprite has opened up for our locally manufactured sugar. You are talking about 1,189 stores now, mainly the Checker Shoprite stores, including USAVE, that will actually prioritize the local manufactured sugar, and also that includes the visible labeling on the sugar packaging, which is mainly promoting the South African sugar. I think this is quite a good achievement, noting that we have to make sure that we increase our local procurement target, and the commitment that has been made by the industry to say that from the time when the master plan was signed off up until I think 2023, 2024, we're looking at almost 300,000 tons of sugar to be procured locally. That is the target that has been set in the first 3 years of the implementation of the master plan. And also, I think another good achievement is the notional price increase, the fact that SASA has actually kept the notional price of sugar below the CPI. And then in terms of strategic trade support, I think DM has covered this issue of the strategic trade support, just to indicate that the minister has approved a 6-month extension of the rebate, which is mainly the transport rebate granted to importers. This is part of the trade harmonization, bilaterals that we are having engagement on, mainly to make sure that the two sugar producing country, Eswatini as well as South Africa, have got, a good, trade, harmonization, especially on the issues around imports of sugar as well as the customers in terms of, buying of sugar. Product tax policy, I think it's one also achievement that we have, delivered on as government in terms of the commitments that we have made, that we have seen the HPL, there was no increase for the last, 2 years now of the implementation of the master plan. In terms of the proposed downstream diversification, I must indicate that the industry is actually moving ahead with the downstream diversification. As you would know, that this is a key element in terms of sugar beneficiation and downstream diversification. So as to make sure that the industry is indeed sustainable, as you would know that the DM has spoke about the number of challenges that the industry is faced with. But one option that is being proposed, which DM spoke about, is sustainable aviation fuel, including the polylactic acid, which is mainly dealing with the bioplastic, and also the polyethylene, as well as glutamic acid. And also the task team is dealing with the issues around exploring the opportunities in terms of the engine repurpose facility for ethanol production. These are the proposed kind of diversification projects or projects that are being discussed in terms of the master plan. And already I think there is a funding that has been allocated by the industry as well as IDC in terms of supporting some of the studies that are ongoing, especially in terms of the sustainable aviation fuel. So in terms of transformation, I think the DM has covered very well the issues around transformation. The next slide, please. And then also to continue with the progress in terms of the implementation of the master plan, specifically around the sugar beneficiation. I've talked about the health promotion levy, the fact that for almost 3 years now, there's been no change to the HPL, which gives, I think, quite a lot of confidence to the industry, and more importantly, government in terms of, in terms of its commitment in the implementation of the master plan. And also the task team 7 is also conducting work of investigating and developing proposal for long-term policy framework and approach to taxation, which is very important that we have to make recommendations in terms of, the policy, especially the tax policy. So that task team is actually looking at those issues, mainly to be escalated to the executive oversight, oversight committee, as well as to the National Treasurer, the Minister of Finance, the recommendations from the industry in terms of the product tax policy. And then the netless study on impact of HPL has been approved and circulated. That is also another study that we are looking at in terms of gap analysis. And then the Department of Health dietary intake study also has commenced. These are the 2 studies that mostly inform the issues around the health promotion levy. So the task team 7 is actually looking at those studies in terms of, any gap analysis and recommendations that we can make to the Minister of Finance in terms of the future, the future of the health promotion levy. And we do have, in terms of the task team, the participation of the Department of Health. They participate as observers as well as the National Treasurer. And at the same time, we do have bilateral engagements with the National Treasurer, specifically around the health promotion levy, so that we can understand the direction that NT wants to sort of look at in terms of the implementation of the health promotion levy. Next slide, please. And then task team 10, which also deals with sugar beneficiation, which is chaired by SASCA as well as SASA in terms of its discussions. The progress that the task team has made so far is that the DTIC and SASCA has commenced a study to develop effect-based analysis of sugar conversion as well as sugar-intensive confectionery sector. Here we're looking at the competitiveness of the sugar confectionery. So the study has not yet been finalized, and I think there's still a lot of collaboration or work that needs to be done by the task team. I think SASCA has to actually make sure that we fast track the study, but more importantly, working with SASA around this study. And then in terms of also the task team, their engagement with SASA and SASMA on price restraint, I think this is quite an issue that is also underway or also being discussed. The fact that we are getting also, complaints from SASCA to say that the price of the notional price of sugar is actually high. So that is something that needs to be deliberated by all parties so that we make sure we are factual, and also more important to make sure that the industry and stakeholders, they adhere to the commitments that they've made in terms of the master plan. And also the task team is looking at the support to diversify the industry, especially if you look at the high-end value products. Here I'm talking about the products like your Ferroros, I'm talking about your products like your Nestle products, I'm talking about dairy products, your Cadbury products. So those are some of the diversification options, or the industry, has to focus on in terms of high-end value products, because some customers or some people, they are willing to pay for, the most expensive, high quality kind of, chocolates or sweets. And then we need to look at the opportunities there. Market access opportunities, it's also one issue that we're looking at, especially for the confectionery, for the confectionaries, mainly in the continental free trade area as well as EU. We are also focusing opportunities also for the fruit juice that is mainly produced locally as one of the products in terms of the sugar, or that mainly contains sugar. And then SASA has supported SASCA by providing terms of reference for consultant to draft a tariff application. As part of the issues that are faced by the confectionery, it's mainly around, for example, the imports, the increasing imports, especially for confectionery products. So SASA is willing to provide support to SASCA, but we still need, I think this issue, I must indicate that it still needs a lot of discussion at task team 10, which is mainly by the converters as well as SASA, to make sure that they work together on this issue. The next slide. Then also to continue with the progress in terms of the implementation of the master plan, just to indicate that in terms of the local sugar market, sales, especially the growth in sales, we have seen that we have, positive growth in sales. We are looking at almost 15% now growth in sales, especially for the industrial, part of the sector, which is mainly also focusing on, preparing the local sugar. We have almost 15% growth in sales there. As we're told, average, I think I would say for all the sort of the industrial users as well as wholesalers and the retailers, including the BLN countries, in terms of the growth in sugar sales, we are looking at almost 6%, which is from the July sales, we are, I think, ahead of our focus. So that gives us, I think, more confidence in terms of, making sure that our sugar is actually marketed and sold locally, including, by the way, the direct retail sales, which are up by almost 5%. And we are also on track in terms of the BLN with white and brown sugar, which is mainly offsetting one another in terms of the sugar sales. And then in terms of the master plan, the target for local procurement is 300,000 tons for year 3, which needs to be achieved. But the sales should be in the region of almost 1.55 million. I'm talking about the target, the annual target of sales that we are focusing on, which is almost 1.55 million target of sugar sales that the task teams and the industry are focusing on in terms of local procurement as well as the market. The next slide, please. This is basically the progress that we have made in terms of imports. As I've indicated earlier on, that one of the challenges is the imports that we have, the industry has encountered over a number of years. We've seen a decline in terms of, if you look at the deep sea imports, the steady decline, the fairly decline in terms of the deep sea imports. We are looking at almost 40,000 between 2021 and 2021, 2022, as well as 2022 and 2023. Including seeing, by the way, the decline in terms of the imports from Eswatini, which means that all the interventions that we are putting in place in terms of the dollar-based reference price, as well as the SACCO harmonization, they are yielding good results in terms of, curbing or sort of reducing the imports from Eswatini, as well as the deep sea imports. This is one of, the progress that is being made by the master plan, discussions and negotiation in terms of the industry to industry negotiation, especially between the South African Sugar Association as well as Eswatini Sugar Association, as well as some of the negotiation in terms of SACCO harmonization. They are mostly taking place at a political level within the ministers within the SACCO region. The next slide, please. These are the key challenges. I think DM has touched on this, I think, quite extensively. The issues around the price of sugar that despite the fact that the national price increases have been kept or below the CPI, local confectionery producers, they find it difficult to compete with finished products. So this is an issue around the high price of sugar. Access to markets and access to market is one of the issues that the industry has challenges with, especially for certain markets in sugar confectionery. We've seen that our local market is quite oversaturated, including the informal market. But there are opportunities in terms of, in terms of the local market, especially with some of the retailers in terms of the marshmallows, as well as the jellies, as well as, export opportunities in terms of the continental free trade area, as well as the EU. And then we still need to do a lot of work in terms of developing our local capabilities and capacities, especially in terms of the confectionery products, mainly to make sure that we sort of support the small producers or SMMEs. This is part of the transformation, process that we are embarking on. And I think confectionaries will come in, I think, handy in terms of, addressing some of these issues in terms of, giving opportunities to the SMMEs to be part of the confectionery industry, mainly to develop their capabilities and capacities, especially the SMMEs. And then rising imports of chocolate, it's one issue that we are dealing with, especially the imports from Italy, Germany, as well as Belgium and UK. So, but at the same time, we are quite aware that we need to make sure that we deploy some of the trade remedies to protect the industry, which I'm going to talk about later on. And then there are challenges in terms of the investment to support the growth in the industry. And also the last issue in terms of challenges, especially with confectionery industries, is the fact that one of the biggest areas of concern is the amount of sugar used in confectionery. This is in response to concerns about the link between sugar and obesity, as well as the growing trend for healthier diets. So that is an issue now that industry should focus on, that the use of sugar is becoming a concern, especially in terms of the health issues that the country is faced with. Next slide, please.
Ms. Mhlauli,
Yes.
If you can conclude, I think by 1:45, I know we started a little late. I see you have about 7 slides to go. Just to make you aware of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to run very quickly the slide. I'm almost there. Chair, thank you so much, there. And then in terms of the imports and exports of raw processed sugar, we are mostly the net exporter of all these products. I'm talking about the raw sugar as well as the processed sugar. Next slide, please. And in terms of the sugar imports, I've spoke about sugar imports, especially from Eswatini, that we've seen a fairly decline now in terms of imports from Eswatini. The next slide. And then I think where the challenge is now is on the confectionery, especially the sugar confectionery products, which we've seen that in terms of the trade balance, we are the net importer of these main products, which actually says that we are importing a lot of these products. The next slide. This is basically the tariffs in terms of, the sugar confectionery. Mainly the tariffs are all sitting at almost 37%, which is at the WTO bound rate. We are at the bound rate in terms of the tariffs for most sugar confectionery products not containing cocoa. The next slide. I'm moving to the last slide now. And then these are mainly the proposed government interventions or the government interventions that are required to support the downstream users in terms of the sugar beneficiation. One issue is around the misinvoicing and under declaration, especially for some of the confectionery products. We are working very closely with SASCA on these issues, and they are part of the SARS interworking agency that is dealing with the issues around misinvoicing as well as under declaration. And also we think there are issues in terms of unfair imports, which we need to sort of deal with collectively with the industry. We also think that we need also to support the local confectionery. SMM is to increase capacity utilization, create new production lines to take advantage of the growing local demand, and more important, to open up markets for export opportunities, especially for the confectionery products, and also government to ensure adequate import tariffs. Just to say that both the sugar as well as confectionery products, they do have, the support in terms of especially the sugar, the dollar-based reference price, as well as the tariffs in terms of the confectionery products, which are already at 57% in terms of the bound rate. The next, I think that should be the last slide, Madam Chair and members, just to say that we are forging ahead with the implementation of the master plan and also engaging more, strategic partners in terms of the implementation of the master plan. As you would know, that we are talking about now the diversification of the industry, which is going to help to sustain the industry that is already, I think, ailing. And then also one issue that we'll be dealing with is around developing and presenting evidence-based recommendations for the long-term policy framework to the taxation of the sugar and sugar-derived products. This is mainly around recommendations around the health promotion level, which will need to be sent to the EOC as well as the National Treasury. That is part of the TASTIM 7. TASTIM 10 will finalize study on sugar conversion as well as sugar-intensive confectionery sector. I think SASCA as well as SASA, they are leading this work. Ongoing engagement between Department of Health and NT on the status of the comprehensive dietary intake study. That is also part of the health promotion levy, a proposal or interventions or studies that we have to look at in terms of gap analysis. We have actions aligned to the diversification testing, which is testing 6, which is dealing with the downstream diversification, including the confectionaries, including the beverages companies, including the biofuels, and so on and so forth. So we need to make sure that all the testings are aligned to the work that deals with the diversification testing framework as well as the roadmap. And the last one is to say there is potential for new products to play an important part in the future of the industry and the global move towards the renewable energy and products, and which creates an opportunity for South Africa to participate in this area to a greater degree than it has in the past. But also to say that as the sugar industry is one of the industry in the whole world that is producing high quality sugar. So it is important that we need to focus on the sugar diversification and make sure that we support the industry towards, I think, the greater prospects, and more important, the sustainability of both the downstream as well as the upstream of the industry. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I've tried to cover a lot of issues in terms of the sugar beneficiation as well as the possibilities and the challenges that the sugar beneficiation is faced with, but more importantly, the groundwork that we have done in terms of the implementation of the sugar master plan. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, as well as members. TM, let me say back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mhlauli. Chair, can we hand back over to you? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just in terms of procedure for this meeting, we will take all the presentations. The DTIC has just made theirs, and then the other stakeholders who are on the platform to make presentations, giving them 20 minutes each. And then at the end of all presentations, we will then take inputs from committee members and then also have enough time for responses. So I appeal to you to note on each presentation your questions and your comments, and then we'll do it at the end of all the presentation. So I now hand over to, I think it's Michaela Katz for the SA Millers Association. Over to you. And I'll time your 20 minutes so that we manage time nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it, but you must please go into presentation mode. At the moment, we see your whole page. You must just go into slideshow. That's right. Thank you so much. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable members, it seems that this morning we're starting with an all-female lineup. SASMA has been invited to brief the PPC on trade and industry this morning in the context of the master plan, the growing market for value-added sugar, in particular the food and beverage sector, as it plays a critical role in sustaining the sugar industry, as well as to ascertain the possibilities and the challenges in enabling a greater sugar beneficiation. What will impede the uptake of additional sugar for the value addition? And SASMA, as I say, has been invited to raise proposals with government which will resolve these impediments. Where are we as the sugar industry? It's been said before, we are based in the deep rural areas of KZN and Mpumalanga. We are comprised of 20,000 small-scale growers, 1,300 commercial growers, and unfortunately only 12 millers, 12 milling mills. We used to be 14. In terms of contribution to the economy, of the 52 million people living in South Africa, approximately 1 million of those people's livelihoods are supported by the South African sugar industry. Those are largely in deep rural areas. This is made up of 56,000 direct jobs and 270,000 indirect jobs. On average, the industry's revenue is 19.4 billion rand a year, of which 12.5 billion goes to the cane growing sector of the industry. 21.2% of the area under cane has been transferred to black growers. While many of the areas of our economy for the export market is a coveted market, when it comes to sugar, unfortunately, this is not the case. The global market for sugar is unfortunately sold at a loss relative to the cost of production. And the industry does produce a surplus sugar to the SACCU's market's requirements. And we earn 4 billion in that market. Unfortunately, like I said, it does come at a loss. In terms of BE interventions, it has been said before this morning, the industry will spend this year 366 million in the 2022-2023 season. It's made up of transformation interventions, supplementary payment fund, a small-scale grower premium, which is part of the master plan, a grower development account, and an Ntombo agricultural finance. This is not a once-off intervention, as over the past 4 years, the industry through SASA has spent 1.2 billion on BBB interventions. An earlier speaker has pointed out that we are making some good progress on diversification. Honourable members, the sugarcane is processed through the mills to extract sucrose. The most important product that is produced up till now has been sugar for human consumption, which will either go into the wholesale and retail market or into the industrial market to make sweets, chocolates, and the beverages we all enjoy. There are, however, other possible uses for that sucrose: biofuels, jet fuels, biogas, potable or pharmaceutical ethanol, as well as bio-based polymers or plastic. These other uses for the surplus sucrose are being explored as part of the master plan, in particular Task Team 6, with a view to the further beneficiation of the sucrose as opposed to exporting that surplus sugar at a loss. But we're here today to talk about the beneficiation in the industrial sector for sugar. This is the market. What you see below is the sugar mill, the South African sugar sales by South African sugar millers to the industrial sector and the order value adders for the past 10 years. This sector saw good, consistent growth until the announcement of the health promotion levy. The decrease in sugar used by the sector was dramatic, which was compounded by the increased imports in 2019. Through the master plan, by local commitments, there's been some notable improvements, but we're not back to where it was. Based on the segmentation analysis of this industrial market, the sugar value adders are broken down into several segments, where the food processors together with the beverage sector make up 62% of the sales into the industrial market. Industrial distributors who supply effectively the food service restaurants and the smallest manufacturers like the small bakeries, etc., make up 10%, while your sweets and chocolate manufacturers make up 9% of your value adders. That gives you the universe of your industrial manufacturers for sugar. Honourable members, the industry is committed to ensuring that the SACU market is very well supplied with all the grades of sugar that is required by the market. However, the industry, in supporting the livelihoods of the million people, it produces surplus sugar. That surplus sugar, which is not fit for human consumption, is exported at a loss. Under the auspices of the master plan, and in particular Task Team 6, value chain diversification, the industry, together with the DTIC, several scientists and other stakeholders, are considering the opportunities to convert that surplus sugar into various value-added products. This process is well underway, and increasing the scope or reach of the health promotion levy until such time as the task team has completed its work would undermine this initiative. Shrinking the market, the SACU market at this time would undermine such initiative. The South African industry is not at a stage yet which is strong enough to withstand such a shrink. To put this into context, the sugar sales in the SACU market shrunk from 1.6 million tons to 1.2 million tons and recovered to 1.45 million tons since introduction of the master plan. The sugar industry has been in decline, with some members being compared to being in hospital and in the intensive care ward. 14% of the area under cane has been removed since 2000, with 2 mills recently having been closed, with resultant job losses associated with growing, harvesting, and milling the cane. Urgent stabilization is required to prevent further shrinkage of area under cane and mill closures, to create sustainable industry, which is a prerequisite for meaningful transformation. In terms of the possibility to grow the industrial sugar market, the industry believes that the domestic value adders should be protected by an appropriate tariff based on the sugar content in the imported sugar containing products. The industry continues to support value adders who export sugar containing products through rebates. These rebates have been around for in excess of 20 years and encourage encourage value adders that and try and assist value adders that export products. In addition, the industry has proposed a further rebate scheme to government for small and vulnerable industrial producers across all sectors. In terms of what the industry requests from government, as indicated earlier, the industry has recovered some sales due to the master plan, which has positively impacted its viability. While it still remains in hospital in the intensive care ward, the recovery in sales starts to stabilize has started to stabilize the patient somewhat. It's important to not undo this good work. Therefore, the sugar-containing products manufactured in South Africa should be protected by an adequate tariff on the sugar content. And to this end, under the Task Team 10, we are hard at work through the South African Sugar Association and the Sugar Converters Association to try and achieve this end. The sugar industry remains vulnerable and requires a moratorium on the increase and reach of the health promotion levy. And these will negatively impact the future, as these will negatively impact the future of the industry. As indicated earlier, this largely relies on us being able to convert those the raw sugar that is currently exported at a loss into alternative products such as sustainable aviation fuel, ethanol, PLA, or other products. We require the efforts of Task Team 6, value chain diversification, to do its work. In conclusion, honorable members, the master plan has assisted in creating a vision of a sustainable, diversified sugar industry. Although the industry remains under financial stress, Miller's request a moratorium on further increases or extension on the reach of the health promotion levy or other measures which may impact negatively on the sugar markets. This, in order to provide the time and space for the diversification options to be investigated and, if bankable, implemented. The industry remains committed to the phase 1 of the master plan, the work of the task teams, and protecting the employment in the industry. We all need to find ways to protect sugar sales in the SACU market, which are currently being eroded in Botswana and Namibia. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Wow, you have done brilliantly in terms of time. Thank you very much for that presentation. The next presentation will then come from the South African Fruit Juice Association. Can I check Mr. Hermans, who's doing the presentation?
Chair, delegation will be led by Mr. Gore, and he indicated that Mr. Osman and Dr. Kassim may also comment during the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Is that fruit juice, eh?
No, Chair, it's not the fruit juice, it's the Saska.
Yeah, but according to the agenda, we're doing Fruit Juice Association next.
If we can proceed in that order, Chair, it will be fine. Should be fine because all are on the platform.
Okay, who's doing the presentation for the Fruit Juice Association?
I think Mr. Rudy is on the platform.
Can we have the next presentation, please?
Do you want me to share it, or is it going to be shared from the center?
You will share it. I will just make you a co-host.
Okay.
If you're a co-host, you may share your document.
Okay, all right. I'll just put it into full screen mode. There we are. Is that on the screen? Is everybody able to see that?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Rudy Richards. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to present to and to engage with the Portfolio Committee. This is a very important subject, and there are many issues at stake for discussion. We trust that we'll be able to contribute to find some of the solutions that are required. Our delegation is myself, obviously, as the General Manager, but we are also assisted by Martin Neetling, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of PepsiCo, and also Zolili Gutwana, who's a Director of SAFIA as well, and also is with PepsiCo. PepsiCo obviously are a very important member of our association and have been nominated to assist in this presentation. What we want to deal with obviously is beneficiation of the sugar, and the contents and the overview will cover the following points. We'll talk a little bit about SAFIA and our membership and the value chain to give you an idea of who we are and also what we do, what we represent. Then we'll talk about perspectives of the sugar beneficiation. I'll hand over to Zozili to deal with that, and also to Martin. And then we'll come back to the challenges and opportunities. The opportunities are basically the flip side of the challenges. So we'll deal with that on one slide, and then we'll make some recommendations for discussion. And of course, at the end, everybody's available for any questions that need to be dealt with. So as far as SAFIA is concerned, just to emphasize, we are the national body for the South African fruit juice industry. We have manufacturing members, and just below that, you'll see we have associated members. Our members process, they blend, they bottle, and they pack juice products. And we also have a very strong export component in terms of bulk pulps, purees, and concentrates. It's a relatively large industry. The exports are in the region of 5 billion rand, exported all over the world. In terms of the fruit that we take in, it's over 1 million tons, and onto the domestic market, we therefore also market in the region of, well, in fact, in excess of 10 billion rand. So that makes it a relatively strong industry. It's the 5 billion plus the 10 billion, in total around about 15 billion. The products that we're talking about are on the right-hand side. Firstly, the fresh juices, fresh fruit juices, and then a number of packaged products like 100% fruit juices, nectars, drinks, cordials and squashes, and flavored fruit drinks. So these are all the products that you would see on the shelf. And of course, the amount of sugar in each would depend on the exact product that we're talking about, also the regulations that are at play. So 100% fruit juice has no sugar, but if you move down the bottom to flavored fruit drinks or cordials, of course, the amount of sugar increases, and that's where the beneficiation takes place. In terms of our membership, this is just a slide which shows you the different companies that are involved. It's a mixture of those that process fruit directly received from the farms, and those that have branded products or other products which they sell to the consumer. Now, there's some well-known brands that you'll see there, for instance, Appletiser in the middle, and also Rhodes, the bottom right, and of course PepsiCo in the middle, who have brands also on the market, and Distell as well. But then some of the companies like Venco and Cape Fruit, they're the ones that receive the fruit from the farmers, and they're the ones that convert it into concentrate. And that concentrate, I'll show you on the value chain, is used further in the process. Then moving to our associate members, what we've done, besides having the full production spectrum of all products, we also have all those companies that support the industry in terms of either supplying services like the laboratories, or the retailers. On the bottom right, you see, for instance, Woolworths, or in fact, machine suppliers. These are all members, and of course, for instance, Tetra Pak, that's the carton that the juices quite often are provided on the market. All these are members of the association, so we represent them as well, and they support the industry and the things that we do, and will be affected by any negative implications regarding the whole issue of sugar. Okay, just to give you an idea of the value chain, I'm going to focus, the slide focuses more
Sorry,
on...
can we just mute others on the platform? I see, Andre, you're not muted. Okay, proceed, Mr. Rudy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so the slide focuses basically on the agro-processing and beneficiation sector. But I just want to emphasize that before the fruit gets into our sector, of course, the whole primary agriculture has a value chain. And, that represents everything from the land, the orchards, the labor, and the final product of all of that is the fruit that we receive. And on the right-hand side, also, I haven't dealt with the value chain on the right-hand side, because once the product is produced in the factory, then of course it moves into the market. And so the product has to be labeled, the product has to be put in cartons, it has to be distributed by whatever measure is required. And eventually then it goes to the consumer. So the consumer then will receive the product. So those two value chains on either side, I haven't dealt with. Just within our agro-processing section or the beneficiation section, we receive the fruit, we extract the juice, mainly through crushing. We will then either send it straight to pasteurization, which is sterilization, or we'll go through a concentration process where we eliminate the water, we draw the water off and we store the concentrate. That gets transported to all the juice manufacturers throughout the country. And then at that point, we would reintroduce water, but also there's a mixing process. And at this mixing process, we'll either mix different fruits or, importantly for today's discussion, we will add sugar. And so that's where the beneficiation in terms of the sugar industry takes place. And then, of course, it'll go to pasteurization and to bottling. That is the perspective from an industry basis. What I'd like to do now is to hand over to Martin, who can deal with the perspective from a manufacturer, and he can add insights in respect of this slide.
Thank you very much, Rudy. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of the committee, Honourable Deputy Minister. I'm here with my PepsiCo stroke Pioneer Foods hat on, but obviously we are here as part of SAFCHA. We're important members of the SAFCHA organization. Just to remind you all, PepsiCo acquired Pioneer Foods a couple of years ago. So these brands you'll be familiar with, and you may recall us speaking to, engaging with the parliamentary process around the HPL back in 2017. So we're here to talk about juice in particular, and the extent to which the shifts in the HPL and the engagement with the Sugar Master Plan has affected our brands and our business. We've got 3 brands in the market: Liquid Fruit, Fruit Tree, and Ceres. I'm sure you'll be familiar with these. We have about 40% market share with those 3 brands, and about 80% of the volume that we sell is 100% fruit juice. Now, importantly, and bear this in mind, although there's much talk about it, 100% fruit juice contains no added sugar and no cane sugar at all. It is only made from fruit concentrate that we rehydrate in the way that Rudy described. That said, of course, many of our products in this range did and still do contain cane sugar, but based on the HPL, we have dramatically reduced our sugar purchases, and this is despite the fact that we are completely in support of the Sugar Master Plan. You'll see there the figures from the peak in 2016 to now. Something like, we're at about 20% of what the original 20 to 25% of the original quantity of sugar that we were purchasing. The figures you see on the screen here are for beverages, but if we take the Pioneer PepsiCo business in its entirety, we've dropped from something like 90,000 tons to below 20,000 tons of sugar purchased. All of it 100% local in support of the master plan, but that's how much sugar we need, because we've been asked to, and we've responded to the HPL, and we've removed the sugar. We also use a lot of concentrate, and that's I guess where we're going, and the setup that Rudy has provided. We buy about 35 million litres of concentrate per annum. More than half of that is procured locally, and that we convert into the juice products that you're familiar with. Now, why are we here? Well, we were part of the original process back in 2017. And our fundamental departure point, of course, is that healthier options should not be discouraged. And we're hesitant to support further encroachment that would, discourage people from drinking healthier options. The implementation of the HPL in our lives has resulted in the following things. This is the practical outcome of it. We simply reformulated to exclude sugar where we could. So that reduction you see is primarily a consequence of us removing the sugar from the fruit tree brand in our range, removing the sugar and replacing it with other sweeteners. We have positively supported the on-pack labeling shifts and have pioneered the portion size callouts that you'll see now on all of our packs. How much of this juice represents one fruit serving. And then we've shifted to dramatically increase the communication around the nutritional benefits of juice, which are material and are important to consumers. It's also worth, just as a final point, remembering that juice and the 100% juice that is, and the fruit concentrate that it is made out of, is predetermined. I mean, you can have more fruit than you need in it, but there's a minimum amount of fruit that you have to have in the product before you can claim that it is 100% fruit juice. This is stipulated in legislation. Now, all of our products are pretty much at that level. All the remaining sugar in these products is naturally occurring. That is to say, if HPL had to suddenly include fruit that occurs, sugar that occurs naturally in fruit juice, we wouldn't be able to mitigate it. There's no way around it. We can't remove it out of the fruit concentrate, and it would simply have to be passed on. By our numbers, if we had to carry the cost of the HPL on fruit juice, 100% fruit juice, that is to say, on the naturally occurring fraction of fruit that occurs in fruit juice, we would increase the cost of these products by somewhere around 9%, with at least a 13% reduction in the volume offtake. The consequence of that is clear enough, and that's already been tabled this morning. We would reduce our concentrate purchases, and it would have the necessary upstream impact that we've seen play out with cane sugar. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand back to Rudy.
Thanks, Martin. I think that was a very useful insight into the practical implications. What I'd like to do now is to hand over to Zalili. And Zalili, if you could deal with the Sugar Master Plan and the subsequent slides, so that we can just put this back into the context of the master plan.
Yes, you have 6.5 minutes left as you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rudy. Honorable Chair, honorable members, and honorable Dr. Minister, I'll try and be quick. It's just 2 slides that I'll speak to. This one is not too long. It's under phase 1. It just speaks to the Sugar Master Plan as it is, and in terms of its objectives, particularly under phase 1, which was intended to stem the industry decline, to preserve productive assets and businesses towards a diversified industry, and to make the necessary tough choices about the focus. So these are all the objectives of the master plan and phase 1 of the master plan as it relates to what it wanted to achieve. However, we appreciate the detail that the department has just furnished the committee with. But we are also of the view that the master plan implementation task teams, particularly as it relates to HPL and the diversification, have not made critical progress on these matters of implementation, and therefore we believe that phase 2, is the only feasible pathway that can be used to support or to take the objectives of the master plan forward. Next slide, Ovi. So as I pointed out, that we truly appreciate the update that was given by the department just at the beginning. But from where we are sitting in terms of the information that we've had, I mean, annual sugar production in South Africa has declined, by nearly 25%. The number of sugarcane farmers has also declined by 60% during this period, and the sugar industry-related jobs, have been reduced by an estimated 45%. I think the colleague from the Millers Association indicated that the sugar millers have reduced by 2, moving from 14 to 12. And the decline is mainly driven by, one, a number of distorted global prices that are below South Africa's cost production, the increasing volumes of low-priced and tariff-free exports or imports into South Africa that come from Eswatini and other places. The HPL matter has been thoroughly ventilated by the speakers before me as well in terms of its impacts, as well as the COVID-19 impact. So, like I said, we do appreciate the update that has been given by the committee, but we also, are of the view that the HPL issue in terms of the threshold exemption and the level of scope, while it is maintained currently, this will change by increasing the rate. If the rate is increased of the HPL and the extension is implemented, there will be much more difficult challenges that we face. So the DTI itself, or DTIC itself, has acknowledged that HPL is a key challenge, but we are also of the view that coordinated efforts and collaboration between the different departments in looking at these issues must clearly be done. We take note of the fact that the department update says there are engagements between the National Treasury as well as the Department of Health. We really hope that will bring fruit in terms of making sure that the HPL issues are dealt with in a manner that will not continue to cause more of the problems that we've identified. Woody, back to you.
All right, so Lily, I'll move, Madam Chair, I ask for your indulgence. We'll try and move over quickly on these slides. So perspectives on the sugar beneficiation. I think there are limitations of what the industry is able to do and commit to for supporting the sugar industry in respect of increased sugar intakes. I think secondly, the restructuring and diversifying the sector may be the only feasible option at present, because we believe that the master plan has reached an inevitable ceiling. The DTIC itself recognizes that the HPL has driven the decline, and I think that's pretty clear. And the master plan must address these issues and these mitigating factors. As a sector, we are moving in support of the health promotion and population health outcomes, which is also driven by government and does not support increased sugar beneficiation, but rather reformulation and eventual removal of sugar where it is a substantive ingredient. I am coming to the close. I've got 2 slides to do. So firstly, challenges. I think the first challenge, and it has been ventilated, is that there's a misalignment of policy within the different departments. I think the trade and industry are very keen on the laudable objective of beneficiation. On the other hand, Department of Health are very focused on reducing sugar for the health benefits. Department of Funds are looking for a revenue requirement, and of course, it's not ring-fenced in terms of the sugar or the health benefits. And of course, then we also have DALRAD, who have certain regulations in terms of which we can produce our products. So this is a problem. I'm not talking about the competitiveness of the raw material. I think that's been ventilated by confectionery and everybody else. So I won't go back to that. Just remember that we do export quite considerable numbers, as I showed you earlier, and we do also face imports. This policy misalignment, of course, means that the HPL directly impacts on the primary objective of the master plan, which includes sugar beneficiation. And that's a problem. And we, as a sector, we continue to be penalized for increased sugar procurement, use, and beneficiation. And we believe that the regulatory trajectory in support of increased sugar offtake and beneficiation is actually reaching its sunset. We've done what could be done. The figures from the sugar guys showed that there was a slight uptake, but this is not going to right itself. So this brings us to the problem that there's a direct correlation between extending the HPL on, for instance, unsweetened fruit and vegetable juices, but more importantly, or not more importantly, but just as importantly, including other product categories beyond beverages. So I think this is a real issue. The extension to 100% fruit juice, I think we need to consider what is really new in terms of science, what has changed since our previous engagements in 2017, and have we taken dietary intakes into account? I saw there was a note that we are going to conclude that study. But I think one of the most important things is we don't want to go to a position where the fruit industry is in the same position as the sugar industry, where we have a decline in the offtake and the export of fruits and their beneficiated products. The extension to other categories is also a major challenge. And I think, in this whole discussion, we need to think about the consumers. The consumers obviously will bear the cost. Can they afford to? Should we be increasing the cost of food and beverages to the vulnerable in these very tough economic times? I think this is really a question that needs to be thought through thoroughly. And then, of course, just in general, this HPL will lead to a decline in this industrialization and manufacturing in the food and beverage sectors. So just coming to the recommendations, it's not for us really to make detailed recommendations, but I think we need to indicate what trajectory needs to take place. Sugar industry is a very, very important industry. It's struggling. And in our belief, the portfolio committee must maintain effective oversight of the impact of the policy, the master plan, and the local sugar industry value chain. Secondly, there needs to be not only discussion, but it needs to move towards policy convergence between the different departments, finance, health, DELRAD, and also Department of Trade and Industry. That's important. And thirdly, there will be a consultation process with regard to the HPL, but I think we need to review dietary intakes, whether the adding of fruit juice or other products will add to the objective that we're trying to achieve, and what scientific evidence is available. So the HPL is a problematic issue for us, and it needs to be dealt with. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. My apologies that we went over the time, but we're very happy to answer any questions that you have right at the end. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next presentation? I think it is Ms. Jo Atwood Palm.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. Madam Chair, honourable members, Deputy Minister, DDG, government officials, our esteemed colleagues, good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to disable my video just for the purposes of saving some bandwidth. But to the Secretariat, do I have the screen sharing?
Yes, you do have sharing rights.
Okay, thank you very much. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, but it's not in presentation mode.
Thank you, Chair. I will do so.
Right.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. Just to introduce our delegation, I've been introduced. I represent the South African Fruit and Vegetable Canners Association, commonly known as SAFCA, as well as the Export Council, where we are in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. Alongside me at the presentation today is Andries Cronje, who is the Head of Agriculture for Long Life Foods of the Rhodes Food Group, as well as Prashen, who I think is represented here today by Ingrid Vaughan of Tiger Brands. Just to give a snapshot of our value chain, and again, we will be focusing today on beneficiation. And our actual value chain extends from primary agriculture through the agri-processing and through to the consumer and our ultimate market destinations. To give you an idea as to how we are represented and organized, there are two national entities or industry bodies, being the association focused predominantly on manufacturing interests, as well as the Export Council, which is focused on export promotion and market development. Alongside this, we work with a number of collaborative manufacturing partners. You've heard from the Fruit Juice Association today, but we also work with other organizations like South African Olive Association. We work with the South African Sugar Association, as well as the Converters Association, who is also on the forum today. We also have strong linkages into the governmental structures, both on a national and a provincial level, together with our trade agencies, research councils, grower organizations, and into our international representative bodies. If one looks at our actual network and our strategic themes that we focus on, we believe in working on a triple P type of arrangement, public-private partnership arrangement, and they have already mentioned through the Export Council. We work very closely with the DTIC. We approach things on a holistic, aligned, and coordinated manner. And the strategic goal is to create a platform for the long-term growth and competitiveness of the industry. Our four main pillars or strategic themes that we focus on is trade, marketing, and promotions. We look at competitiveness type issues and the regulatory environment, market access, and transformation. To give you an indication of the geographic spread, we represent the processed fruit and vegetable industry. Our products, in fact, are recorded in Chapter 20 of the Tariff book, and it goes across a variety of packaging and product mediums, largely categorized as pulps, purees, concentrates, and ultimately into the juice production, deciduous fruit, which is grown in the Western Cape, pineapples in a small pocket of the Eastern Cape and overlapping into Eswatini. And then vegetables, tomatoes, citrus, and other fruit. Fruit is geographically spread and concentrated up north. In terms of our socio-economic impact, we are the main employers, mostly in deep-rooted rural areas. It is a very labor-intensive, the nature of the operation is labor-intensive, so we contribute significantly to creating jobs, as well as contributing to a higher skill set in the agri-processing sector. Our other main contributors is towards food security, rural development, community upliftment, and transformation. To give you an idea of the actual value chain of beneficiation, this extends from raw materials through to finished product. We procure the fruit and vegetables as majorly grown in South Africa. So we are proud to say that it is a proudly South African product. It goes through various processing methods, ultimately ending up in products like canned fruit, canned vegetables, jams and spreads, sauces, soups, pickles, baby food, and then also into industrial type packaging, being pulps, purees, and concentrates, which ends up in further production of juices, ice creams, yogurts, etc. Our ultimate markets would then be into the domestic market on the whole, and there's also a very strong export component. If one looks at just the broad categorization of fruit and vegetables, about 85% of our fruit production is exported. On the vegetable side of things, about 90 to 95% is consumed domestically. We can proudly say that it's more than 95% of South African origin, the products that we produce. The total value of the industry, or the size of the industry, amounts to about 23 billion rand, of which 10 billion is attributed to exports, and about 13 billion goes into the domestic market. We process over 500,000 tons of fruit and over 250,000 tons of vegetables, and this is sourced from over 2,000 farms. And if one takes the farm labor linked to this, we are talking about 30,000 farm workers. Our manufacturing units, in fact, span across South Africa with an overlap into the SACU region. It is also, these manufacturing units, labor intensive, as I mentioned earlier, employing over 20,000 factory workers. We can thus conservatively say that the industry supports over 200,000 dependents. And this is mostly from the rural areas. If one looks at the current environment in which we are operating, and these are the things also impacting our growth, our profitability, margins, sustainability, and jobs, is the global impact that we face. And needless to say, and not going into any detail, but we've all been affected as a result of the COVID-19 impact. We've seen markets go into protectionist mode, and there are certainly economic pricing and affordability pressures that we face. A major factor is also rising input costs, as well as infrastructure pressures coming in the form of just the movement of goods, rail, road, and certainly ports. Also cross-border type issues in terms of controls and constraints. We see also on the farming sector, and I think it's similarly to what the sugar industry is experiencing, it's climate change. It's also just farmer confidence around future plantings. And in some cases, we've even seen tree pulling. The other constraint being faced by the farming sector is certainly around rising costs in terms of labor, production, and also water and land availability. In terms of market access and the regulatory environment, globally, there are certainly impediments around tariffs. If one looks at the local market, import duties that we face, and the example that I'd like to mention is, whilst we see, for instance, raw sugar being imported at a level of 37%, there are finished goods coming into the country containing sugar at zero duty. So those are the type of areas that we need to look at in terms of, whilst there may be a duty on as I say, raw sugar coming in, the actual finished goods still come in duty free. We also, in terms of the regulatory environment, and the previous speaker also spoke of certain conflicts in terms of the actual regulatory system just governing food, and particularly also in some cases, the misalignment pertaining to sugar. On consumer demands, the point I'd like to highlight in terms of the challenges is certainly the change in consumer trends and eating patterns. And this was also further emphasized during the COVID-19 pandemic, where people became a lot more conscious in terms of what they are eating. And there's certainly a very strong drive for safe, healthy, nutritious, and affordable food. When one turns to the healthy aspect, certainly lots of pressure around the reduction of sugar. Turning to the topic of the day, looking at the impact of sugar on downstream users and within the context of the actual master plan. We all know, flowing from the presidential mandate and the purpose of developing these master plans, it was to improve industrial capacities, focus on export orientation, and also reclaim our domestic market space. And this is certainly synonymous when one looks at the Sugar Master Plan. It's certainly synonymous with the prime objectives, firstly, of our industry, but also in terms of the prescripts of the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. And I think it's also very important that we try to coordinate these objectives and make sure that through an action-oriented approach, that there is a stronger coordination between the relevant master plans, and in this specific case, the Sugar Industry Master Plan, together with the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. And we certainly see this as a good opportunity for us to address the common challenges negatively impacting the sugar converting manufacturers. The other area that we believe is of critical importance is for us to look at the legislative framework of the sugar industry and how this in fact translates or impacts on the sugar converting manufacturers. And the three main sets of legislation or regulations would be, firstly, the Sugar Act, the Sugar Industry Agreement, as well as the constitution of the South African Sugar Association, SASA. And it's for us to address the unintended consequences flowing from the set of or this legislative framework onto downstream users. And just to mention two examples, for instance, the centralized setting of the notional pricing. We know that mention has been made or emphasis has been placed in the master plan in terms of the notional pricing. But in this case, there is little to no input from downstream users into these negotiations in terms of frequency, certainty of prices, etc. And then also looking at the centralized marketing or sale of surplus sugar into export markets. And the reason why I mention this is that there has been instances where it has impacted on the supply or the availability of domestic sugar available to the sugar converting manufacturers. Then in terms of the just a better understanding, for us to obtain a better understanding of the actual formula utilized for the setting of notional pricing, it's for us to unpack these factors, determining this and how this is in fact set. And perhaps also look a bit closer in terms of the South African industry, sugar industry, in relation to its competitors. In other words, the examples of the producers in Turkey, Brazil, and India. Our industry has also been a recipient of the Sugar Export Rebate Scheme, and it's been in place for a number of years. The requirement or the need that we see at this stage is, number one, for us to review the actual formula, and also have a closer look at the actual applied factors making up this formula. At this point in time, the export rebate scheme is limited to fruit. We see an opportunity for potential expansion to additional products. And I say this in relation to, number one, the opportunity for us to expand on exports, particularly into Africa, for canned vegetables, pickles, jams, and spreads. And as I say, the sugar under the auspices of the Sugar Master Plan, for us to look at the sugar rebate schemes as well. And then just more on a practical note, also looking at the modernization of the administration and payment processes relating to rebate claims. A while ago, a couple of years ago, there were also certain domestic rebate schemes in place. And that was to compensate for the transportation of sugar from KZN, for example, into the Western Cape. And then we also had at some stage a domestic rebate scheme in place for spreads, namely jams. We feel that if in fact the master plan, covers the entire value chain, we should also look at this in relation to the rebate schemes as well. So in closing, we certainly support, and we are very pleased to see that certain task teams have already been established. We certainly express our interest to participate actively in these task teams. We are pleased to see also that it is action-oriented, and to look at it and as per a triple P type of arrangement, in alignment with the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, thus identifying the priorities and addressing the constraints. And in summary, it would be to identify and address the unintended consequences flowing from the legislative framework, seeking measures to address the pricing differential, revising and improving the sugar rebate schemes, both in terms of exports and locally, and then working jointly with the Sugar Association to address changing consumer trends, as well as identifying new markets to increase the growth and consumption of the related products under discussion today. With that, I thank you, Chair. I thank the portfolio for the opportunity to present today, and I'm certainly welcome any questions that may flow from these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Atwood-Palm. And now hand over to our last presentation for the day, which is the South African Sugar Converters. And I think that presentation is led by Mr. Gore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll take it that all protocols have been observed. I will start my video and greet you. And if you don't mind, I'll switch the video off while we share the presentation. The presentation is actually being put on by Bram Honeycomb, who supports us. And Bram, I'll hand over to you quickly while you just load up our presentation.
Okay, no, fantastic. Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Alistair Gore is the Chairperson of SASCA. He's also the CEO of Bay's Chocolate. Some might be familiar with the Sweetie Pie chocolate and a number of other chocolates that are found in the Woolworths around the country. Alistair has just spoken, and I'll hand over to Alistair after this brief introduction. Myself, my name is Bram Honeycomb. I've been assisting SASCA, and I've been working with them for the last few months because I feel that the sugar converters, particularly those who are somewhat smaller than the bigger players, haven't had a voice. And SASCA is the voice of the smaller to medium scale manufacturers. I'm going to introduce now Katish Masamola, who is the former General Secretary of Food Allied Workers Union. Katish, just a brief introduction.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bram, and greetings to the Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister and the colleagues there. I have assisted and continue to assist SASCA because I believe in the role of small-scale players in creation of jobs. In fact, some 20 years plus ago, I went with the Fruits and Vegetable Canners Associations to Europe in Brussels when we were lobbying our government to be very firm in the negotiations, trade negotiations with the, European Union. So I've been involved in areas where jobs remains an important issue. Thanks, Bram.
Thank you so much, Katishi. I also want to introduce the deputy chairperson of SASCA, who is the founder and head of a company called Broadway Sweets. They manufacture the well-known Stumbo lollipops, among other sweet confectionery products. And he's the deputy chairperson of SASCA, Nasir Osman.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us on. We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to government. It's taken us 2 years to get to this point. When 2 years ago, the chairperson of SASA refused to talk to us as individual companies, and so we had to band together, and we had to be very careful. We're not in breach of competition commission laws and so on when we were talking, and we've come this far after 2 years, and we're hoping and praying that something is going to change, because these continuing to run our businesses at this rate is not tenable. As you may know, about 4 manufacturers in South Africa, 2 have shut down and left the country. The other 2, Cadbury and Nestle, reduced their staff from 2,000 or 3,000 down to 200 to about 200 people, and the rest of the product is imported. So it's becoming more and more easier to import than to manufacture locally. And so quite a bit of what we're going to tell you is about how we need help to fix that. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Uncle Nazir. I call him Uncle because I have known him for many years. I'm now going to hand over to Alistair Gore and start sharing the slideshow. Alistair, do you want to turn on your video camera while I put up the slideshow? Thanks.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Please note that you have just 16 and a half minutes left on your presentation. Just bear that in mind. Thank you. You may proceed.
Madam Chair, I think we will be able to well fit within our 16 minutes. A lot of what we're saying is aligned to the 2 previous sugar converters presentations. So I'm sure we'll meet our time limits. Thank you. Brom, can you just put that into presentation mode?
Proceed while Bram is finding the button to press.
I will do, Madam Chair.
Okay,
thank you for that.
thank you.
All right. So I think just to sort of present, SASCA was formed, as Nazir pointed out, in April of 2021, and really as a consequence of the Sugar Master Plan requirements and the requirements of SASA that they wanted to deal with a industry body. We are comprised of members who are confectionery manufacturers who convert sugar, and slightly different to my other colleagues that actually presented who also utilize sugar. We utilize extremely high proportions of sugar and glucose in our manufacturing processes. We have over 20 member companies within South Africa, and those range from ice cream manufacturers right the way through to chocolate and basic sugar-based confectionery manufacturers. The industry itself probably employs around about 20,000 direct employees, but with about 200,000 indirect employees, and very similar sort of scope in terms of the presentations that you've had before, where we've got supply base, obviously packaging materials, etc., that we utilize, but also believe that we probably impact on in excess as an industry, well in excess of 1 million indirect livelihoods. So a major contributor to the South African economy. Our mission is really to create a sustainable confectionery industry that positively contributes to the growth of the South African economy. And the key to us here, as Nazir has highlighted, is that it's sustainable. We do want to build a long-term industry, we do want to invest in the industry, and we do want to grow the economy and obviously support the growth of employment and jobs within the South African economy. In terms of the confectionery size, just to give you a sort of overview of the scale, Euromonitor in 2021 reported that the industry is worth over 17 billion rand. So it's a significant industry. Obviously, that's a blend of chocolate, gum, and sugar-based confectionery. But estimated, and it's a growing industry, it's estimated that it should grow to over 26 billion rand in terms of sales by 2024. So a massive industry in terms of scale and size. I think in terms of the challenges that we've faced as an industry, I think we have not had very much support for our industry. We haven't had the 1.5 billion rand that the upstream sugar industry has had since 2020. I think in terms of export rebates, I think we've had challenges in terms of that, and I think similar to Joel's presentation, we also see issues in terms of the administration that makes it difficult. We've also been exposed, obviously, to the impact of the unrest. We've seen imports coming through, and like my other colleagues, we also see some of that coming through unprotected through our borders, which means it doesn't cover duties, and we then are exposed competitively, and we're not playing on a level playing field. I think in terms of the infrastructure, we also have challenges in terms of infrastructure, whether that be road, rail, power and energy support, water supply, etc., which impacts, I think, all of us as manufacturers within the South African market. I think the high sugar tariffs in our industry are not able to be offset by the bound rate. So because we are exposed to such high pricing, the bound rate is insufficient to protect against the lower sugar supply of global confectionery products. Even adding to that, we've had the additional impact of the EU trade arrangements where products are brought in duty-free, which then makes it even more difficult to compete in the local market. And as previously presented, you've seen the result in terms of the growth of imports of confectionery versus local supply. And also a significant reduction in the export potential of the confectionery industry. We've also had challenges, I think, in terms of Ingrain. They are a sole producer of glucose in the country at the moment. And since Tongaat were taken over by Barloworld, they increased their prices by 30%, which given that our major ingredients are glucose and sugar, it has a significant impact on our industry. I think I've covered off the infrastructure area. I think SASSA, as a lobby and industry, we have really had difficulty in terms of arrangements. At one stage, we believed that we were having a rebate put on the table, only to have that removed at a later stage when we thought we were just discussing the scale of the rebate. It was then removed completely. So we feel that we really need government support in this in terms of sustaining our industry. We want to stop companies from moving offshore and producing offshore and then importing the product into the South African market, because that does not add to the economy and it does not create employment. And I think we also have concerns about, we are really finding it difficult to understand SASSA's role. And I think similar to the presentation from Jill, we need to understand what really is going on in terms of some of the questions in terms of rebates, etc., that are being put forward. I think in terms of the next slide, Brom, let's move on. I think, as discussed, we did have attempts to get relief. We had significant discussions with SASSA, sort of in Task Team 10. We have recently, hopefully we're getting that back on the table again. But we were trying to negotiate a rebate on the sugar to allow us to be competitive and allow us to stop the importation of sugar-based confectionery into the market, which we couldn't compete with. We have also requested a rebate for exports and to simplify the export rebate scheme. It is extremely complex to administer, and the cash impact and the way that it's administered makes it negative in terms of cash flow ramifications for businesses. We are currently obviously engaged with the Competition Commission and have informed the Minister about our challenges in terms of Ingrain and our belief that they're abusing their position in terms of market dominance. And I think, again, we've reported to the Minister of the DTRC that sugar industry has failed to fulfill its undertakings by raising prices above CPI. I know that this is in debate, but we have seen from our members that they have seen pricing taken above the CPI and above the levels that SASSA has communicated. And that obviously concerns us in terms of where we're going from a sugar master plan perspective. So in terms of where we are in terms of the way forward, I think we are asking for Parliament to assist us in holding stakeholders to account, support us in helping us grow jobs and create economic value chain in our sector and in the manufacturers across South Africa. Consider beneficiation and the building of South African brands internationally, as well as import replacement. Engage smaller players like SASCA on an ongoing basis so that challenges can be addressed. What's been really interesting for us in terms of the engagements that we've had is the amount of education that we have had to put on the table in terms of making people aware of the facts that, for instance, white chocolate came in with duty paid on the basis that it was didn't have cocoa solids. The fact of the matter is that white chocolate does have cocoa solids. The issues that we've had in terms of exportation and the fact that we get agricultural levies bound when we've got an EU trade agreement. We get hit with agricultural levies when we go into the EU. They don't get the same sort of treatment when they come into South Africa. And I think we'd like to level that playing field as well. But it's required, I think, engagement and discussion to help make people and make the entire all the stakeholders aware of the impact of some of the decisions and calls that have been made. And I think then, last but not least, I think recognize the sugar converters and manufacturers that we have huge potential to grow the South African agenda. As I say, I think we impact as our industry on more than indirectly more than 1 million livelihoods, so a significant contributor to the economy. We look forward to taking part in the master plan. We are members, active members in it, and look forward to a positive outcome for the future of South Africa. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've got one last slide, which just shows some of the fact that we've had challenges from union members, seeing that they're impacting in terms of reduction in their jobs, and the high sugar prices are creating issues with them in terms of competing on the global market as well as the local market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gore, and to the rest of your team. Portfolio Committee members, there we have the 5 presentations that we've received this morning, one from DTIC on the master plan, and then from the 4 stakeholders in the downstream sugar master plan. So I'm now asking for inputs. I see the hand from Honourable McPherson that is on all presentations. Can I see other hands for discussion, please? Honourable Dr. Mswaku. No further hands. I think it's good if we have everybody's hands up now. Honourable Burns, Mamashe. Honourable Mbiani. I think let us start with the inputs. Honourable McPherson.
Thanks, Chair. So I have a few concerns which I want to start off with because it's really going to shape the discussion. And I'm a bit concerned and confused why there aren't a couple of things before us. So I would just like to immediately get a response as to why SASSA has not been invited to this discussion, and why aren't they here? Can I just get an answer to that? Were they not invited by the committee? If so, why were they not? Or were they invited and then chose not to come? Can I just get some assistance on that before I proceed?
The Secretariat will confirm, but they were not invited because this engagement is with a particular sector of the sugar industry, the downstream. If you will remember, in May, we had all of the other role players when we had a presentation on the Sugar Master Plan.
But I mean, do you see the problem with that to begin with? That you know, SASSA and their role is also very key to this discussion, and so you know, we're trying to have a half-baked discussion, and SASCA have just made some important observations or comments about rebates, about SASSA, and they're not in the room for the discussion. So we want to have an important discussion with people that don't sit in the room. So I think we're already on problematic grounds, but there it is. I also am unsure why the Department of Health and National Treasury are not part of this discussion as well, because the HPL seem to be very central. Sorry, the Department of Health and National Treasury seem to be very central to the discussion about the HPL and its effect, and yet we've received no discussion or no presentation from them. We've also had no real discussion from the DTI about its intervention in the downstream sector, except sort of banding about a few figures, and the HPL as well. And so, I mean, I really feel that this discussion is taking place in the most unfortunate of settings, because I don't think that we're doing any service to ourselves at all. And so, you know, I mean, I've been a part of many of these discussions over the last 8 years and or so, and when we do, they seem to always be half-baked, and they seem to be sort of incomplete, and then we come back in a month's time, or even a year's time, or whatever it may be, and then we wring our hands in disbelief as to why certain sectors are the way that they are. And if we're going to have constructive engagements, we've got to have everyone who is a part of the process to be in these discussions. So that is just my opening comments and remarks, because we're going to have this discussion again, and it'll be the same discussion in that time. So I'd like to ask, as a policy question, what evidence exists between taxation and disease management in the HPL? And either the DTI or the Deputy Minister can answer that question, because there seems to be this misnomer that the more that you tax through the HPL, the more you can fight obesity or sugar-related diseases. But there's never ever any evidence that's put on the table. What I also don't understand about the HPL is you can't call it a disease mitigation tax or sort of policy position of government when the money generated by the HPL never goes to the health department. It's never been ring-fenced for the health department. It is a general revenue stream. So I think that what we must do is we must stop calling it a health promotion levy. We must start calling a taxation levy. That's what it is. It is not a health promotion levy. So I'd like to know from either the Deputy Minister or the DTI, why do you call it a health promotion levy when it is nothing other than a taxation levy on industry? I would like to know, and I find this strange, why is sugar being singled out as a downstream beneficiation issue itself when there are actually so many other points that we should be discussing? Why aren't we talking about bioethanols? Why are we not talking about many of the other issues that come? There seems to be sort of some fascination or obsession with sugar in its primary sense in the master plan, when the master plan actually speaks in the downstream sector of many other issues. But we're not talking about that today. I'd like to know why that is. I'd also like to find out, why does the department say that the HPL has not increased due to the master plan? That's not true. The HPL is a policy construct of National Treasury and the Department of Health. National Treasury determines whether the HPL is increased or decreased or there's a moratorium. So that is factually untrue to say that HPL has not increased because of the master plan. It hasn't increased because National Treasury has not expanded its the taxation, but which it may do in the next year because of its proposals to tax fruit juices, 100% fruit juices. Now, I find this an interesting policy position. I'd like to know where it comes from. Does it come from the DTI or does it come from the Department of Health? Because taxing non-sugar added fruit juices is the same as saying the City of Cape Town is going to set up a toll booth on the Sea Point Promenade and charge people for running. If that ever happened, there would be an outcry from society saying, why are you taxing people for making healthy choices? And that's exactly what the government is doing. So I'd like to know, where is that policy decision informed and who has taken that decision? Because you're now going to tax people for making healthy choices. Are you going to start taxing people for buying apples and bananas at a supermarket? Because that is the natural extension of what you are suggesting. So I would like to know how that has come to be. And again, why is National Treasury and the Department of Health, who set these policy priorities and objectives, why are they not part of this discussion? You see, Chair, with hindsight and what we've seen many times, is the DTI says, you know, they want to portray themselves as, you know, not being in the same government or same cabinet as the Department of Health or the Minister of Health and National Treasury, or that their Director Generals do not ever meet. And so it's this discussion that takes place over and over that says, well, you know, it's not our choice, you know, we'll have an engagement. What kind of engagements do you actually have? And what are the results of those engagements? Because it can't be that the Department of Health, Treasury, and the DTI are continuously engaging on issues, but never ever resolve them, because it's to the detriment of the industry itself. On slide 22 of the presentation from the DTI, you spoke to a timeline of a particular study. Can you please tell us when that study will be completed and when it will be published and made available? So, Chair, I mean, I think that there's some good points that have been made, but I mean, and I hate to use the pun, but I kind of feel that this engagement is borderline fruitless and not fruitful, because there's too many actors that are in this movie that aren't in the room with us today. And it's very, very frustrating when you want to have these discussions. So, you know, hopefully we can have the next time, or even they're welcome to come and join us now. Maybe someone can make a phone call and they can come and join us and answer our questions. But what's going to happen is that the department and the deputy minister is going to say, I don't have the answers. You know, we'll have to come back to you, or we're having to engage with this person and that person. And it seems like we're going around in circles. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable McPherson. Let us make these discussions fruit forward then. So in terms of, I think, going forward, we can ourselves as the portfolio committee shape the debate going forward, but we take the inputs that you've made, and we also note that SASSA has in the chat box registered their presence. Can I go to the next member, Dr. Tswaku?
No, their presence has been registered through somebody else. What we should have been is we should allow them to make a presentation.
Okay, point taken. Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Tswaku.
No, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Proceed.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. I wanted to check maybe through your guidance. How much time do we have to make inputs? Because we don't want to make lengthy submissions, whereas we're probably going to have like lengthy time, so that we don't have to also go over time. But yeah, but it's fine. But I won't be that long. I think mine will be on the. There's a study that I've seen, but maybe the researchers, they must confirm it. It's a WHO study, because I was trying to get the context of the sugar tax, why it was introduced. Its linkages to the so-called health promotion, all of that. But if maybe there are articles out there that can actually maybe share some light, it would be nice maybe as committee members to maybe have that kind of information so that we can have a look at it. But it looks as if that there is a link between the amount of sugar that a person takes with the obesity, and also for that results in helping the increase in what is called the NCD diseases, what the NCD cases, that word, okay, the communicable diseases like your type 2 diabetes and other health-related matters. So there is that link, but I just wanted to get maybe a stronger article, because the way I read this thing, they say that the Department of Health, they through their strategy document, they found a link that if you take a lot of sugar, then you are prone to those NCD cases. So it looks as if it's a scientific study that was conducted. Yeah, sure, I agree with my colleagues. Probably we should get a strong, maybe we must agree that the Department of Health, can they come? I think we must take a decision, maybe as a committee, give us we need a scientific evidence, like we did when we were dealing with the COVID. We wanted scientists to come and look into this issue, because myself as a Marxist, I believe in science. I don't believe anything is science, something that, because if that really the scientific evidence is there and I can have a look at it, then it means that the introduction of the sugar tax must happen. It must ensure that it penalizes those who are taking the sugar, because at the end, we should be, I'm interested in saving lives, unfortunately, colleagues. It's the same as an alcohol. If the alcohol increases the cases of GBV, it actually creates a scenario where the public health becomes overwhelmed. Sure, then let's stop alcohol. Let's stop production of the alcohol. Let us not behave as those who owns the means of production, the greedy capitalists who what they think of is to just make profit at the expense of their livelihoods. Mine, colleagues, is to save lives. Yeah, I see all the moaning and groaning about jobs and all of that. But some of the people who presented here, they've never. I still wanted to check how many jobs are there and what is their contribution towards the social upliftment of the Black communities out there. And moreover, I can even take it further to say that in all this presentation you've seen there are no Black players. Black people are being sidelined, and it's a fact. I think come into this committee and moan and groan about other stuff. No one has spoken about the Black players here. Black players here, they're actually been, suppressed. The industry is highly monopolized. Highly monopolized. So I don't want to get into that. Maybe they will tell us in terms of, maybe my question will be to say that how many Black players are in this market and how are they being supported by the department itself. So, Chair, I would like to really, maybe some of the points I agree with my colleague. Let us get the Department of Health and give us a scientific study so that we can put a full weight in terms of, support this sugar tax. It must be there and it must be imposed so that people can live a healthy lifestyle. And I will encourage, I think one of my colleagues said something like that. I will encourage some of these players here not to be stuck into this thing of the consumption of sugar by the human beings. They must be creative. I think Honorable Dean Macpherson talked about the biofuels, ethanols, and all this kind of stuff like that. You can use sugar you can convert sugar into ethanol. And that ethanol, it's an additive for fuel. So the industry can support that initiative that maybe some of the sugar that is being consumed to be redirected into the production of biofuels. And those biofuels can be an additive to the fuel pool so that you can use in the cars. But there was a problem there, Jay. And maybe the department can comment on that. But what are they doing to ensure that they unlock that kind of a barrier? Because the problem was that many cars, they don't want fuels which have a biofuel they have a bioethanol additive there. Maybe what has the DTIC done in terms of ensuring that is actually because the car motor industries were crying about warranty. That if you use a fuel that is added with the bioethanol, then the warranty, they're not going to guarantee any warranty. So what have they done about actually that? So that you can actually diversify. You don't have people now crying about the sugar tax and all of that. I know people are losing jobs and all of that. Now about this, they mustn't be lazy thinkers. They must put money on innovation and all of that and ensure that maybe this thing they can diversify. On the SA Millers Association, there was if I remember quite well, Chair, very quick, that there was a problem with the small scale milling, like the small scale farmers. I wanted to check in terms of have they been assisted, because some of the small scale farmers had a problem in terms of milling, because this milling thing is it's actually focused on more bigger, the producers of the sugar cane. Have they consider to purchase very small milling machines so that the small scale farmers are able to mill as well? They're not saying anything about that. They're just quiet. We asked that in the committee, and still I've never got any answer. But how are you, this small milling, maybe, I don't know, maybe they're part of the small scale farmers. How are they helping the small scale farmers to ensure that those farmers are able to mill what they actually want there? And my last one, Chair, will be on the guys from I think maybe the second one there, is that on the SASCA rural areas, can you please indicate which rural areas on SASCA, which rural areas are you operating from, and then how where are these factories are located that you are talking about? In which areas, Eastern Cape and what? Can you be specific? And then how many black companies are taking part in terms of this, the conversion of the sugar, the conversion? How many black players that are actually there? Are you aware of the exploitation of the farm workers, and what are you doing about it? Are you paying them properly in terms of the minimum wage? Because there's a lot of exploitation of the farm workers that are there. So what is your role? What are you doing about that? And then the last one presentation that had Uncle Alistair. Alistair is showing us that he's in the beach there. I wish I was him. I didn't actually get that, what they were talking about. Maybe if they can summarize it properly. Like many, the presenters there. I think one of the quick questions, as I close, is to say, almost done there, almost done, is to say, where's my point there? Then I can rest, yeah. Is where the committee died. Where's my point now here? Ooh. Oh yes. On the last thing was to say, what is the total membership of SASCA, and what cost drivers for the production of sweets and chocolates? Can the comprehensive data be provided to support the ascertains like job losses and all of that? And then has SASCA formally signed the master plan? And what is their, the commitment? And also I would like to know from them, what is the level of transportation what is the level of transformation in the confectionery sector? Those are my few the contribution, Chair. I hope it will be nice to have a nice second bite if it's possible. Thank you.
Yes, we'll check that in terms of time, Dr. Tswaku. Honorable Burns Namashe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, presenters. Perhaps let me switch off my video so that at least I make it easy, because I might have some challenges. Honorable Chairperson, maybe the first point to express in welcoming the presentations is actually to have an appreciation of the industrial policy trajectory upon which the business models should be predicated. And that is that of inclusive economy. so that as we deal with issues of inclusive economy, we also bring in fundamental policy shifts, especially from consumptionist economy into a productionist economy, wherein the ownership of means of production are not concentrated in the hands of the few. How do we deconcentrate? How do we flatten the hierarchies that have been so institutionalized that they have always served as exclusionary barriers, such that our people did not have the opportunity to participate. Save to participate as laborers. So when we deal with these issues, we must deal with them with a clear context. Because if we deal with them with a clear context, then we know exactly what is it that we want to achieve as fundamental transformational milestones. In this regard, therefore, Chair, one would be interested as to how the department will circumvent the challenges of investment and support, especially for small growers in the industry, with a specific focus to those who have been historically marginalized. As part of the trajectory around inclusive economy. And this, Chair, will also talk to, because if we talk about the downstream without fundamentally making reference to the upstream, to the extent that it talks to, for instance, your sugarcane farmers, those who are producers, those who operate at the milling, and so on. So that we don't only focus on the extent to which jobs are created. Yes, it's good to create jobs, but we need to go further than creating jobs. We want to see Black people in particular taking ownership as part of the deconcentration. Because currently you have conglomerates who monopolize the space. So we need, at a very conscious and deliberate policy position, to create opportunities for access. So it's going to be important to get a sense as to the strategy of circumventing the challenges facing small growers, particularly Black participants. Because it's a historical fact that they've been historically marginalized. That also, Chair, will talk to the issue of land ownership. Because for as long as we still have a precarious land tenure security, our people will continue to be exploited, only to be seen or used as laborers, not as producers, not as growers, because they don't own the asset. Because if you talk about sugar value chain, sugar is not grown in the air. Sugar is grown on the land.
Nice one.
Who owns the land? So it's important to address the fundamental issues here, so that if prices of commodities by producers affect the consumer, we must be able to create opportunity so that our people become more on the side of producers. Deconcentrate that monopoly of producers. That concentration, we must deconcentrate it deliberately and consciously so. Then it will give practical and full meaning to what we mean when we talk of inclusive economy. Those are the ways with which we can see a significant difference in mitigating the negativities that affect the Black growers. So at a strategic level, it would be, I would be interested to know what are the corrective measures that DTIC is working on together with the Department of Land Affairs in ensuring that access to land is actually accelerated. Tenure security is equally accelerated. What is it that we intend to do or we are doing so as to ensure that the scale at that front is really becoming meaningful? Otherwise, anything less than that will not be helpful to the agenda of inclusive economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Burns Namashi. Honorable Mbuyani.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Chairperson, I think most of the issues have been touched here by my colleagues. And I have learned here that there's a transformation fund of a lot of money, but I don't see any transformation in terms of tangible. Because seemingly this presentation is talking of challenges, and challenges with regard to regulatory body such as HPL, which is the Health Promotion Levy. Chair, can we be clarified in terms of the position of the NEDLEC? What is the NEDLEC saying about the Health Promotion Levy? And also we're told that their task team that are dealing with tax policy. Can you also get the report? What is the task team policy saying about the same issue of HPL? Because most presentations spoke to the HPL. Because as a committee, we need to fully understand. Can the department, the entities, and also the stakeholder unpack the HPL, because seemingly is the only one that they're saying is killing the industry. But you can see as well that even transformation in this sector is not possible, because the presentation now talks to HPL, which is killing the industry, and there's a lot of job losses in the process. I've seen the primary agriculture, the agro-processing, and the beneficiations. It does not talk to transformation. There are no small black players there. Can we check whether, in terms of numbers, how many small growers or small players at the primary agriculture, how many at the agro-processing, and how many are beneficiaries of the process? Because I can see there's market and branding, which big companies, conglomerates are beneficiaries of the process. At the primary, at the agro-processing, and also at marketing and branding. And also, we must also misalign this contradiction, because some of the stakeholders are saying there's a misalignment in the policy and the regulation. So we must get exactly where are the misalignment. The Sugar Act of 1978, I think as the department and government, it needs to be reviewed, because the recognition of small players is not there. And my proposal around the chair is that, one, we need to have all the departments that are involved: Department of Health, Department of the Ministry, and also the Department of Land Affairs into one sitting, including the producers and the processors of the converters of sugar. Because if you discuss here without having SASA, without having SAFTA, without having those small players that are there at the sugar level, we will not make it, because we'll have deal with challenges, these ones now. Tomorrow we have a small pocket of discussion. We're dealing with SAFTA and SASA at that level. So we'll not make any meaningful contribution in terms of dealing with the entire challenges that is facing the industry. Here, Chairperson, I've learned that the beverage companies are replacing the sugar with sweetener. And I'm not so sure in terms of the health effect of those sweeteners, whether they've been evaluated, how healthy are they, because it has been replaced now. And also, Chair, as I said, that if there's a need, we need to review and check, correct the HPL and put a moratorium as to how can we be able to assist this industry going forward. Because our understanding is that more people are at a labor level. And the last one, Chair, I haven't heard any presentation talking about the unions and labor component. And if you're talking of master plan without labor unions, I think we also not correct sitting here discussing things that do not put labor in the process while we're talking job creation, Chairperson. I think to us, we have to deal with labor as well, be form part of the plan so that we move forward. Chairperson, I'll stop there for now because of time, but I would also like to give the second bite to come back again. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Biani. Honorable Three.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I think clearly the elephant in the room, not the one that's just been in my throat, but the elephant in the room is the HPL and its impact on the sugar industry, as well as its impact on our policy of beneficiation. But what we have heard from most of the presenters is the harmful impact of HPL to the sugar industry, including the downstream users. In one of the graphs that was given to us or presented to us, one can actually see the correlation. And that's the correlation in the sense that when the HPL was introduced, you saw a sharp decline in the production of sugar. And that sharp decline in the production of sugar essentially leads to job losses. It speaks of hundreds, if not thousands of jobs that are lost as a result of the introduction of HPL. So there's clearly a correlation in HPL and the decline in demand. When one also looks at the introduction of the master plan and the moratorium that has been placed on HPL, one can now also see an increase in demand as well as supply. So clearly, Chair, like I said, I think that HPL is the elephant in the room, and we need to, as most of the other my other colleagues have indicated, we need to actually interrogate the actual benefits of HPL to the sugar industry. Like Honorable Mbuyane has indicated, I think it was a gentleman from PepsiCo who said that they've now gone, instead of using sugar, they've gone now to the use of artificial sweeteners as a replacement to sugar. And Chair, according to my research and reading that I've done, some of the sweeteners that are used are actually more harmful than the use of sugar itself. And so if this is the case, and particularly within the beverage, and I don't know whether there's other industries that are also using artificial sweeteners, but if that's the case, it makes the HPL as a health instrument, it makes it actually redundant as an intervention to reduce the impact of sugar diabetes, for example, and obesity, and other health factors that may be influenced by the consumption of sugar. Chair, and I'm not necessarily saying that that the huge increase or the huge intake of sugar has no impact on our health. It does. But I think clearly, perhaps the better intervention would be the use of how do we use sugar? How should we use sugar? I personally have reduced my consumption because we want to make sure that you're taking care of your health. But these are discussions that that we need to have. But I think that the HPL is certainly not producing the desired outcome that it's supposed to. And I think perhaps what also needs to be asked, a question that also needs to be asked, is what is the, pardon me, has there been a health and economic or health risk benefit study or assessment done to gauge the impact of HPL on the health of our citizens? And perhaps what we need to now also look at is the consequent use of artificial sweeteners and its health or economic risk to South Africans. Chair, on the diversification of the sugar industry, I think it's important that we are able to move to the production of biofuels, and I think we've had these discussions for many years now, and we've got to move from just talk to action. The other aspect also is not just biofuels, but also the production of biogases, and I do believe that that some of your mills, the sugar mills, have been able to create their own energy from the byproducts also of sugar. Within that refining process, the waste materials, the byproducts, some of them have also been able to create biogases and energize the mills. So, Chair, I'm asking if also we could actually consider having a presentation and a discussion on our committee in this regard. And I think finally, Chair, while not opposed to transformation, but the ACDP cautions that when transformation does take place, it must not, and we cannot allow for transformation to lead to the destruction of the industry. What we need is not deployment of cadres, deployment of people from our perhaps political parties to fast track transformation. But what we need indeed is transformation that benefits the masses and transformation that benefits the ordinary man in the street. And so I think that while supporting transformation, that transformation clearly must not lead to the destruction of the industry. Thank you, Chair.
Apologies. Honorable Motaung.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Chairperson, I just want to ask two questions. One is, what has been done to protect the local small-scale growers from the impact of cheap imports? Has the department considered increasing the import tariffs to protect local small-scale growers? What has been done to mitigate against the impact of increasing imports? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moatse. I don't know if she's still on the platform, but her hand was up earlier. Can we just check whether she's on the platform?
Thank you very much.
Oh, there she is. Okay, thank you. Proceed, Honorable Moatse.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also join other members by welcoming the presentation. I'm having two questions relating to this sugar industry. Chairperson, I just want to check in securing long-term sustainability in the industry. I just want to know how many black small-scale growers have been assisted since the signing of the master plan. And then second question, what has been the impact of the 600 million spent in the industry from 2019 2022 on employment creation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for those questions, Honorable Moatse. I will now hand over, starting with DM Gina, Deputy Minister Gina, and the department, and then going to each of the presenters to answer questions. If we still have time left before 1 o'clock, we will go to a second round if time permits. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members for the contributions and the questions that have been raised. Maybe, Chair, let me start by also acknowledging the fact, having heard even from the honorable members and also the presentation that have been made today, to say, Chair, really, I think it's a good move where we can all agree as stakeholders that are here through you as Chair of the Portfolio Committee that indeed we really need, let me say a day, but a discussion where we'll have all these role players under one roof to try and exhaust some of the questions and the contributions that have been made today, because in a manner that we do it, yes, it's a little bit of a piecemeal fashion where when we call the other grouping, definitely it will have the direct impact on those who are not here, like the issues that has been raised, the issues of SASSA, or issues of these other departments that are here. That day, I think it will resolve a number of questions that have been raised, because when looking even at the questions that have been raised, it touches quite a number of our government departments. Department of Health, Department of Land and Agriculture, Department of Treasury must be here, and I really believe that will be a very constructive discussions as we move forward to try and resolve and reach the objectives that we wish to reach when it comes to the issue of sugar industry. But I think that one also touches on the question that have been raised by several members of Parliament, starting from Mark Fasson and others that followed, us to say, then what are the discussions that we are having at the level of the department with these other departments? Because we cannot keep on coming back and saying we are having discussion, like the issue of HPL, what is the link thereof? That is why I'm even saying that is the discussion that should be open, and we need to come back to it and have a thorough discussion with them. But what I can promise and assure the committee members about is that indeed we have those discussions. The evidence that I can even put from the last presentation that was done by even the Treasury when it comes to the issue of raising of HPL, the discussions that other departments like DTIC, Department of Agriculture, we had in Treasury. And I also want to respond to Honorable McPherson when he said it was not through a master plan to say the HPL has not increased, the tax has not increased, indeed. And I don't think really, I don't recall even in the presentation where we have said that, but we touched on the issue of the notional pricing of the sugar that is centralized around SASSA, where we are saying the master plan, through the commitments that are there, as to say they cannot increase more than the CPI, and we have seen that it has not happened, because even now what has been proposed is 4%, where we look at the CPI at 7%. We are still saying within the commitments of the master plan, we think they are still within, but that is a discussion again that needs to be taken, as to say even that 4%, what is it doing to other role players? That will be the discussion for another day. But this one on HPL, really, it's solely on the Treasury, and the Department of Health has a much to say on that one. But those are the discussions that we are all looking forward to say on what we already sit down and discuss. What is it that we can do to make sure that at the end of the day, those are the policy issues. We need to make sure that when it comes to the certainty of the investors, they know exactly where we stand. And as a country, those are the things that we must discuss and have a final say on that one, so that our investors, the role players, can know exactly where are we and what is it that they can expect in the near future. Again, the issue of other departments that needs to come. When Honorable Ben Nxamashe was talking to the issue of land ownership, as to say, as the department per se, what is it? Do we have any say when it comes to the issue of land tenure and what I was saying on land, the issue of land ownership? Yes, comrade, I'm so sorry. Yes, honorable member, we are part of those discussions. There is an IMC, the Interministerial Task Team, that is being led by the Deputy President of the
Sorry,
country.
Chair, can I just take a point of order, Chair?
Point of order, Honorable McPherson.
Chair, if people want to join, if the public want to join, they're welcome to. But when you start putting in the chat box, whatever your views may be, as Mr. Hanekom is doing, that is not allowed for. And so I'd really ask you to call Mr. Hanekom to order. And if he doesn't, he's welcome to leave. But we must really be in order here, because this is not a branch meeting of a political party or trade union. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder to everybody on the platform, the chat box, the chat facility is for members of Parliament only. So please refrain from using the chat box. Please reserve your comments to when we come to your sector or to make inputs. Thank you very much. Sorry, Honorable Deputy Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was still on the issue of the Interministerial Task Team when it comes to the issue of land, where we are being led by the Deputy President with other departments that are also affected by that. So we do have that platform, Honorable Ben Nxamashe, and we have seen quite a number of progress when it comes to that. Right now, just last month, we had that summit where it was a land summit, where we're discussing with all the role players when it comes to the issues of land, traditional leaders and so forth, as to say, how do we make sure that we bring the land to the people that can use it, and the issue of all of the land ownership. And we think I think really we are in a good direction when it comes to that. But again, I think those are the discussions that we must even open up to the members of the Portfolio Committee, because we always value your contributions, but it's something that we are taking care of. It's something that we are involved as the department in making sure that we do have our say when it comes to that question, because we truly understand that that is where the issue of ownership, the issue of land, when you talk to the issues of economy, we can never divorce it from that. Maybe for me now, Chair, let me also touch on the issue of the diversity when it comes to the question is to say, why are we only focusing on sugar when we talk to the downstream players? I think for today, really, the reason why we only focused on sugar, it's because we're focusing on food and beverages as per the instruction that we got from the Portfolio Committee. But when it comes to other issues like the issue of biofuel, as we have mentioned even in passing, as to say, those are the things that we are involved in as the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. Those are the things where we are saying when the Portfolio Committee calls us to come and account on, we can gladly come and do that. Again, it goes back to the question as to say, maybe not to take these things in piecemeal fashion. That day can help to say we can touch on almost everything that we are doing when we talk to the issue of sugar industry, so that we can close these questions that whenever we engage on other things, then another question will arise. So it's one other thing really, as to say, we are not only focusing on the downstream players when it comes to the utilization of sugar, but when we talk to the issues of diversification, that is what we are looking at. And look at all the task teams that we are having even on our sugar master plan, because it's one other master plan where the role players are playing a very meaningful role. And we are very much open to say, where do we touch, where do we go? And when it talks to the issues of diversification, that we are looking at. And I'm happy that here, Chair, we do have Mr. Harold Harvey, who is our facilitator when it comes to this sugar master plan, who is always dealing with all the stakeholders. He's part of the meeting. Some of the questions that have been raised, as I will step down now, I will hand over to Ms. Ncumisa, and also Mr. Harold Harvey will be here to respond to some of other questions. Then I will come back at the end. Can I hand over to Ncumisa, then Honorable Chair, to respond to some of the questions that have been raised, and Mr. Harvey.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mhlawuli, and then Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Chair and members, and thanks, DM. I think, DM, we have covered, I think, a lot of issues that have been raised by members. And also to thank, I think, the members for, I think, the questions and comments. Thank you so much to all the members. Just few, I think, questions that maybe I would like to sort of respond to. I think I like the proposal, Chair, around the joint sitting, especially with the DELRAT, National Treasury, as well as the Department of Health, especially when it comes to issues around the health promotion levy and the issues around you know, the dietary intake study and the issues around the socio-economic impact assessment of the health promotion levy. I think, and if we invite the Department of Health, they will be able to sort of articulate and respond, I think, comprehensively on the issues around, you know, the health promotion levy and the issues around, more importantly, the issues around the diabetes and obesity and other diseases, which mainly are the main issue that actually, I think, drives the whole, I mean, health promotion levy. So that, I think, that actually, I mean, covers, I think, that will be able to cover all of us in terms of the issues that have been raised by the members in terms of the health promotion levy. And then the issue around diversification, I think in terms of the master plan, just to sort of be specific there in terms of what issues are being discussed around the diversification. I think we have made mention of the fact that the industry, in terms of the sugar master plan, especially the TASTIM 7, especially the TASTIM 6, it deals with downstream diversification. And already in the last presentation here at the PPC, and even now, we have covered quite a number of diversification options that are being proposed by, TASTIM number 6. And that, I think, on top of the, I think, the sort of the diversification option, we spoke about the sustainable aviation fuel, of which I think that, sort of a study or research, it's almost at a pre-feasibility study now. And we've just, received, I think, funding from IDC as well as the industry to support mainly the diversification in the industry. And we have, I think, in terms of the proposals from TASTIM 7 and TASTIM 6, sorry, it's mainly the sustainable aviation fuel. You're talking about also bioplastic and as well as plastic. You're talking about glutamic acid and also the engine repurpose facility for bioethanol. So all those options are being mapped out by TASTIM number 7. So I think also to note that I think there was also a good comment to say that some of the milling companies or the mills, they are already in the diversification process, including the biogas and so on and so forth. So I think Luke as well as Dean can elaborate on some of the current diversification initiatives that are ongoing. So the diversification studies are not yet complete. We are at pre-feasibility study. As soon as we've finalized, the studies around the, including, by the way, the biofuels, opportunities, we will be able to share the outcomes of that, work with the portfolio or committee members. And then I think there was a question around, I think I was just covering generally the questions around diversification. And then also, I think there was a question around the labor participation. just to say that we have indeed engaged continuously with organized labor in terms of the master plan process, and those engagements are still ongoing because we know that labor is quite an important stakeholder in the master plan. Recently, we had an engagement with labor through the NBC, which is the National Bargaining Council for sugar confectionaries, so that the engagements are ongoing. And I must indicate that labor, indeed, they want to participate in the master plan in terms of task 2 of the master plan, which is mainly on the job retention and mitigation, and the studies that are related there to make sure that we're able to retain the jobs in the industry. And then I will leave the difficult questions to Harold as well as to the industry, Madam Chair. And then also, I think there is a question around the transformation. I think Suraj is here with us today, but just to indicate that in terms of the task teams, task team 4 as well as task team, task team 4 deals with the transformation in the industry, as well as task team 3 task team 3 that also deals with small scale grower support. In terms of the transformation, we have appointed Deloitte to look at the medium to long term transformation of the industry. So that study has commenced. We're hoping by end of this financial year would have been far in terms of the completion of the study, and then we will share with the members of the portfolio committee. Just to say that, as you would know, that the industry has made a commitment of 1 billion rands towards the transformation of the industry, and to date, they've spent almost 600 million rands towards, the transformation, initiatives of the industry, which includes things like, to assist farmers with, subsidize farmers with transport, assist farmers with production inputs, and also to assist farmers with training and capacity building. And then over and above, I think there is also, the additional 60 million rands that has been allocated mainly for the cane premium payment. The allocation was made now by the industry now in January 2022, which is 60 million rands, which is mainly the support again and circumvent the challenges that are faced by the black farmers. I think the questions from Honorable Benz Namashe to say, what are we doing to circumvent the challenges faced by the black farmers? So more importantly, I think it's around to make sure that our farmers, we increase their production, and also our farmers, they're able to be supported in terms of, mainly in terms of the sugarcane and milling and crushing, etc., etc. So those are some of the interventions that are in place. But to say that task team 3 is dealing with small scale grower master plan, more small scale grower plan. So that plan we have not yet, finalized it. The study is almost, I think, at an advanced stage. So we'll be able to share the study with members that will indicate the support that needs to be provided to the small scale sugarcane farmers, is to ensure that the farmers, they are, especially the small scale farmers, they are part of the value chain in terms of inclusivity in growth, as well as in the inclusivity in terms of the economy. And then so that also talks to the issues of deconcentration and the issues of the ownership. So the whole transformation strategy will cover all those issues, and we will be able to share the studies with all the members. So I've tried to cover the issues, I think the high level issues which have been raised by members. And I think also in terms of the small scale growers, the numbers that have been supported, I think there was a question around that. I think the figures that we've got in terms of the support to small scale growers, according to the SASSA report, we are sitting at almost 12,867 small scale growers who have delivered the sugarcane in the current season and have shared almost 60 million rands, which is mainly the premium payment in terms of the small scale growers. And as I've indicated earlier on, that the master plan structures, especially task team 3 is dealing with the small scale grower support, strategy or program. So that study is almost at an advanced stage. In terms of the downstream issues, I think let me leave those issues with Harold for now, just to take us through the issues around the downstream especially in terms of support to the downstream players. And also to leave it to SASCA to respond to some of the issues as well, if there are any additional sort of questions that we have not covered or issues. And then I'll also leave it with Suresh from SASA as well as Luke from the South African Sugar Millers. So I've covered those issues, I think, at a high level, just to save time and members. Can I give it back to Harold, Madam Chair?
Yes. Is that Mr. Harvey?
It's Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and members of your committee and everyone. I think, look, a lot has been said. Perhaps I can just make a few remarks from my perspective as the facilitator between the parties and the social partners in coming to this master plan. I think the critical thing is to remember that the master plan in its first phase has a very, very specific purpose. And that is to effectively put an industry that was going off a cliff into ICU, give it oxygen, and create the basis on which we can chart a way forward without having destroyed the foundations of the house. And so I just want to helicopter up a little bit, if I may, just to kind of remind ourselves of from a sort of a 40,000 foot level, what it is we're dealing with. Because frankly, the South African sugar industry, as we know it, and as it has been over the decades, which is an industry supplying sugar crystal for people to eat or drink in various shapes and forms, is in structural change and in structural decline. And whether, HPL may have accelerated it for very justifiable public health reasons, but the truth of the matter is that as economies develop, people eat less and less sugar, they drink less and less sugar. And so we were seized with this challenge about, we have an industry that employs significant numbers of people and delivers significant livelihood support in places in the country where there is no alternative, principally for Black South Africans in rural northern KZN and in Mpumalanga, that if you don't have a sugar industry, the only other thing you can really do is farm cattle. And that doesn't give you anything close to the livelihood that you get from sugar today. So how do we save that industry on a sustainable basis? And so the principle became, and I think everybody had to stare kind of reality in the face and make peace with it, that the future for sugarcane growing in this country is only there if we can start to use the sugar to produce something other than a product that humans are going to be eating in the main. And so the foundations that we're trying to lay are not actually or only about beneficiation of sugar for human consumption. It is actually about the biofuels. It is actually about the bioplastics and the bioeconomy. We face a challenge in that in a couple of respects. So the one is that diversification doesn't happen overnight. And so you have an industry that is in decline, is struggling to survive, that doesn't attract investment because there's such uncertainty in it. There's been systemic underinvestment in capacity, both at the farming level and at the milling level, which is driving inefficiencies, which is making the industry less and less profitable. And that industry has to fix itself. But it's in a world where the downstream market is not going to shift to bioplastics and biofuels and all these holy grails that we're talking about overnight. And so there's a very difficult period in which we have some very tough decisions to make. And this is very similar to the just transition debate we're having about energy in this country as we move from a fossil fuels based energy system into one that's based on renewables. We're shifting a sugarcane based value chain from being about putting more sugar into the diet of human beings into one that is supporting a bio-based economy, if you will. And so the challenge for the food and beverages sector is that if the sugar industry is in a vice that's getting tighter and tighter until we can diversify downstream in other places, the food and beverages sector is in a vice that's going to keep getting tighter because there is going to be the pressures about less and less sugar in human diets. And the dilemma that we sit with, for example, with the sugar-based confectionery space, for example, is that, yes, it is true that we're asking them to buy sugar at a price that is way above the price they could get if they went and bought it on the open market in the world, right? But the global price for sugar is a function of social policies in the major sugar supplying countries in the world. So the sugar price is driven by what the Brazilians sell it at, and the Brazilian selling price into the global market is a function of their energy policy, because for them, biofuels is very much part of their energy security strategy. And the other major driver of the global price is India's exports, which are highly subsidized, and it's a function of driving rural livelihoods. And so we're not in a perfect place where the market will solve things. We have put the tariffs up around to protect our industry. We do it for social purposes because fundamentally the master plan is not about protecting just the sugar industry in broad brush strokes, because we speak very specifically about we're doing this in order to preserve and grow the foundational role of the small scale grower, 99.9% of whom are Black and in the deepest rural areas where they have no alternative. So that is the choice that has been made. How then do we accommodate and deal with the issues of the downstream market? There's been discussion in this today. There's the debate around the HPL. Don't need to traverse that issue again. There is a whole set of questions around what can we do to provide support to the downstream beneficiators, protect them from, the dynamics around, for example, the EU trade policy and the EU trade agreement. We can do all of that. But I think we have to also acknowledge that, it's been a difficult journey. There's been in Task Team 10 of the Sugar Master Plan, we've been talking about, is there price support that can be provided to the SASCA members or the class of downstream service of manufacturers whose SASCA represents. It's been difficult because SASCA did table a proposal for some kind of price or price support in the form of a rebate for small producers or small manufacturers who are classified as SMEs. Now the challenge is that SASCA's members are not SMEs; they're bigger than that. They're not huge. They're not in the categories of Cadbury and Nestle, but they are big. Their turnovers, their annual turnovers are bigger than would fit the definition of an SME. And so it's been a challenging process, although I think everybody that you've heard today supports some kind of trade measures to potentially protect the local industry. What I do want to flag, though, is I think in a context where we are in a structural decline in consumption of sugar as our economy grows and develops, the challenge for the sugar converters, for the canners, is actually the growth is not going to come in the domestic market. It's going to come from the export market. And where are the opportunities in that? So, for example, the AFCFTA creates a significant opportunity, particularly for packaged foods, on a continent where refrigeration and cold chains are not where they need to be, where the packaged food industry is still on a growth curve. It's where we were 20, 30 years ago as an economy. The rest of Africa still has significant opportunity in that. But what support do they need? Because as I think you've heard from some of the evidence today, is that in some parts of Africa, the sugar that you need as a major ingredient to some of these products can be procured at prices that are much closer to the global market price and well below what we offer. So difficult decisions to make. It's not going to be, there's no silver bullets, but I also think what we have to focus on is really wrestle with the tough questions about if we're trying to maximize employment and growth and transformation based on growth, not on a shrinking pie, right, on a growing pie. Is that going to come from downstream foods that are sugar containing or sugar based, or is it going to come from other parts of the value chain? And I'll leave it there, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobby. Is that it for DTIC, Ms. Mhlawuli, so that I can give then to the other presenters?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just the last, I think there was a question around slide number 22 as to when the study will be finalized. The study will be finalized, a study on the sugar confectionery competitiveness. We are expecting to finalize the study towards the end of this financial year. But I think SASCA as well as SASA can provide, I think, an update, but the study is it's underway. Yeah, I thought of, let me just respond to that. I think some of the issues, I think we've tried to cover them, DM as well as the, Harold and myself. If there's anything.
So is there somebody, is there somebody on the platform who can give us the update, or is it something that we must flag to come back to?
Yeah, the study, it's not yet finalized, Chair. So we will give an update to the members of the Parliament, I think, in our subsequent.
Chair, it was the dietary intake study that was referred to.
Oh, the dietary, thanks, Chair, through you, Chair. The technical dietary intake study is actually conducted by Department of Health. And I think the last time I checked, Chair, they've sort of appointed a service provider to look at that. So that study is underway by the Department of Health. Maybe when we have engagement with Department of Health, they can give us an update in that regard. But I know that it has just started now in this financial year. That's when they started with the appointment of service providers to look at that. Thanks.
Okay, so just to manage our time a bit, we can then give 10 minutes to each of the presenters to respond to questions that affects them. Obviously, you don't have to use the 10 minutes if you don't need it. So can I hand over to SA Millers Association?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I do think Claudia and Harvey have largely responded to all the questions that came our way. I just want to confirm that the Sugar Millers Association, while it is a member of the South African Sugar Association, we cannot respond on behalf of the South African Association, as we are just one of their members. Perhaps just in addition to the response made earlier to the question on transformation, just some additional information that might be of assistance. There was a question around ownership. One of the 6 milling companies is in fact Black owned, and of the 6 milling companies, 3 have a level 1 triple BEE, while the other 3 are between a level 2 and a level 4. With regards to the question around micromoles, that isn't something that has come up before, but perhaps it's something that should be picked up around Task Team 8. Another question that came up from Mwatse around the how many small-scale growers have been assisted since the signing of the master plan. All small-scale growers that fall within the definition of small-scale growers have benefited from the price premium and continue to benefit from the various transformation initiatives that have been put in place within the various structures of the association. I believe that those are the only questions that were left to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. SA Fruit Juice Association.
Madam Chair, Yes, Madam Chair, I don't think there's anything to add at this point in time from Safia. You know, there are no direct questions for our industry, but of course there's a lot of general and very important questions. And of course there are time constraints now, and I don't think we can all go through our presentations again. But I think we agree with the Portfolio Committee, the view that there should be wider and deeper consultation. I mean, this will enable more encompassing and also more detailed discussions so that we can meet the challenges and find solutions to them. We're, as an association, as an industry, we're very happy to answer any questions, you know, at any stage, at a later stage maybe, also to contribute to addressing these challenges. And we look forward to playing our role as partners, both to resolve the social and also the economic challenges that lie ahead. My two colleagues, Martin and Solili, is there anything that you would like to add at this point in time?
Thank you, Rudy, and Honourable Chair. I think the only point is that we welcome the opportunity to provide more scientific information to the committee, such as it might be related to the HPL. We're delighted to do that. We obviously have extensively researched this and related issues pertaining to the part of this that directly affects us, and we're very happy to share the scientific basis of our views.
And Zulili, from your side?
No, nothing from my side. Thanks very much, Rudy. And I think Martin has covered the issues that I wanted to.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for our opportunity to participate.
Thank you very much. SA Fruit and Vegetable Canning Association.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam.
Honourable, just hold on. Honourable McPherson, I note your hand. I'll give to you as soon as I've taken.
No, thank you, Chair. I just want to come at the end with a possible proposal that may assist.
Okay, great. I note you for when we're done here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't think there were any direct questions for us. Apologies for that. There weren't any direct questions, but perhaps just a couple of comments from our side. I certainly agree wholeheartedly with the comment that came from MP McPherson, and that is in terms of a way to overcome or improve the coordination and also overcome the misalignment. And it's therefore critical for us to have all the right parties around the table in order to further these discussions. And I mean, the parties have been mentioned, you know, from the DTIC to the Department of Agriculture, Department of Health, Treasury. But at the same time, I mean, SASSA plays a central role and is a key player in terms of the actual legislative framework, and thus would be required in order to further any of these discussions. Then also just turning back to the legislative framework again, I think also just to add on to that, it's important for us also to consider how in fact we could utilize the Preferential Procurement Framework Act in order to identify or expand the actual designation of products. For example, in our industry, we have canned vegetables that's designated for preferential procurement, but there are a number of other products that it could be extended to in order to include on that specific list. And that would also potentially increase consumption and growth of the respective products. So I think when we are looking or doing a legislative review, but also to look beyond just the acts that, or the framework that we spoke about, but to also look at the Preferential Procurement Act. Then I think there was also a comment from MP Matong with regard to the import duties. And again, as we mentioned in our presentation, you know, whilst there is an import duty on raw sugar, there are finished goods containing sugar coming into the country duty-free. And it would be a very valuable exercise for us to look at those import duties and determine where, in fact, there is policy space between the current levels and the WTO bound rates. Yes, so I think that was really just a couple of comments from our side. But certainly we do avail ourselves to participate in any of the task teams or work groups going forward. Because I think with the right players around the table, we could certainly put some action to these recommendations. I also have part of our delegation, Mr. Andries Cronje, as well as Ingrid Vaughan. I don't know if they perhaps have any comments to add.
Thank you. The floor is open to you. I think it's Ms. Vaughan, and I don't know, what is the other person's name?
Mr. Andries Cronje.
Cronje, okay. I see he's unmuted, Mr. Cronje.
Yeah, I think from my side, I don't want to add to what has been said. But yes, final product is coming in. Examples at the moment is jams, baked beans, beetroot, gherkins. We'll see that in the data in the next 6 months. So I think from my side, time is of the essence.
Wow, you're mentioning all my favorite foods. Okay, thank you. Ms. Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing from my side.
Okay, so the last presenter was the SA Sugar Converters, Mr. Gore.
I think let me come in because Mr. Gore might have stepped out. I think the response will primarily come from our Deputy Chairperson, Nazir Osman. But before I hand over, I just want to clarify that the membership of SASCA include a majority of Black-owned businesses. In fact, in terms of sectors, there definitely are a number of really great examples of businesses that have started from families and ended up employing over 500 employees. The membership, if I can rattle off very quickly, include Lichle and Klapo from Coach House. She owns that business. Richester, which is run by Dr. Kasim. Broadway, which is owned by Nazir Osman and the family. Polar Ice Cream, which is owned and run by Ashraf and the Mohammed family. Gatti Ice Cream, which is owned by the Hanika family. Soroko, which is owned by Amin. Orbit, which is owned by Nuru Hanika. Marburg, which is owned by Afzal Musa. HQ Foods, which is owned by Ibrahim Adams. Americandy, which is owned by the Dyer family. So I just wanted to address that one issue. And then before I hand over to the Deputy Chair, I want to profusely apologize to the Honorable Member for chatting in the group. I made an error in judgment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I've made a list of the points that people were discussing and people had issues with. So I just want to quickly run through it. The one point is that the majority of our members are Black and the businesses are Black owned, and mainly family businesses started up like ours about 30 years ago. They say overnight success takes 30 years, and our business is finally on its feet now. In terms of pricing, SASA controls pricing, and they price on behalf of monopolistic huge corporations. So that's what we're here to fight against. And that's the essence of what we came here to talk about. The HPL, the Health Promotion Levy, doesn't affect our industry at all. At the moment, it only affects the beverages. So that wasn't on our agenda, but I think it took a lion's share of the discussion. We have some rural members, but most of our members are urban, but we employ mainly rural workers. And we figured that out when in December, everybody's going home, and home is far away in some rural area. Also, in our industry, it's not possible to operate in a rural area because you won't have the services. You may have the labor or the more unskilled labor, but you will seldom have all the other mechanical requirements that you need. You need proximity to manufacturers of raw materials and so on. So that becomes very difficult.
in terms of the small scale growers, we really want to support them, but there is very little transparency from SASSA about how they are helped, because apparently their name is used all the time. But the real profit makers are the bigger conglomerates, and you know, they own. They can give you sugar from a basic sugar right to a finished product, because that's how big they are. And these conglomerates are the ones that we are up against at the moment, which is not easy. So there's no transparency about how the small scale growers are actually helped. I know the master plan deals with this and the best of intentions, but we think that, and according to what we've been told, only a small percentage of sugar is manufactured by them anyway. Like I think it's 5 or 10%, but all the sugar is priced in to support them, and the 90% of the sugar profits don't go to them. You know, so that's something I think that we need to look at. And SASCA is not focused on sugar only. Today we're only talking about sugar because it's one of our key ingredients. But actually there are other issues as well, and we are really going. I mean, when it comes to transformation, I think we're the most transformed, or one of the most transformed industries, and that I agree with some of the previous speakers about transformation. But the problem is that transformation is not going to take place overnight and not in a vacuum. And while we support it, our industry is a shining example of how transformation is taking place and has taken place to some extent. We still don't think we're there yet, but at least we're en route there. Regarding the imports, we are also very concerned about the imports, not just of sugar, but also of confectionery, which means finished goods. Because if a Brazilian or an Indian or a Turkish manufacturer, and I can name you 20 countries where sugar is half our price, if they can actually manufacture products and then they just export to Angola, which is our neighbors, at 30% cheaper than what we can, how are we to compete against that? So when we sing about this, our, these imports are even into South Africa killing us. When we talk about raising import duties, it's all fine. We should raise import duties, etc. The bound rate does restrict us, the WTO bound rate. The problem is that our importers' duties are easily evaded. People circumvent the duties by using many different methods, including the unfortunate corruption at ports and at other entry points. I must add that the DTIC is playing an important role in facilitating our issues, for which we are very grateful to Nkumisa and her team. There's a lot of discussion about biofuels, etc. But realistically today, SASCA are the ones creating jobs in the downstream industry. We're not the be-all and end-all, but we do create a lot of jobs for our size. Relative to the sizes of our business, we create a lot of jobs. If you go higher upstream, you'll find that for the volume of turnover, proportionately, they don't create as many jobs as we do. About 2 years ago, we asked for a short-term solution and discussed it at length, and we're still trying to get over, to come to some conclusion. And in the meantime, 2 of our manufacturers have shut down and left the country. Okay, Trade Kings left to Zambia. Unibisco sold his sweet plant to a company in Algeria, mainly because it was unworkable year. In 2016, all of us were profitable. We were employing, we were buying more machines, we were expanding our plants, we were doing all our BE projects and whatever. In 2017, we got gobsmacked by a 20% increase in sugar. I think it was 22%. And then the next year, again, a 20-something%. Now, which industry can sustain itself with such increases? So that's when we started talking to the DTI and so on and so on, and eventually it's culminating into this meeting, which I hope is going to be a turning point for our industry and for transformation, and and we pray that, our message is well taken, because our intention is not to fight with SASSA. Our intention is to find out how SASSA operates. What do its 1,000 members do? Why does it employ 1,000 people to do what? We're trying to find this information. We want to know if SASSA is giving out the rebates. We used to get an export rebate of 2,400, but because of this immoral dollar-based reference pricing.
Mr. Osman, Deputy Chair.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
your time is up in terms of responses. We have made note of the fact that SASSA is not in this meeting and that we will have further engagement. So it is difficult if they are not yet officially invited to respond. So there is a few minutes left before 1 o'clock. Before I just take, I think there were 2 requests from Honorable Mbuyane and Dr. Tswaku for
Can our chair just say the last words, because I took up too much of his time. Apologies.
No, we won't allow that at this stage. This is not the last time that we will be speaking to each other. Okay. So can we then just ask, let me hear Honorable McPherson, who had a proposal to make, and then we'll take the last 2 hands. Honorable McPherson?
No, Chair, if you're going to take a proposal, take the proposal last. So I'll wait for the other colleagues
wait. Okay,
before I put my proposal. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tswaku?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think there's 1 or 2 questions that were not answered. Maybe the presenters and the department, they just scraped through them. Yeah, well, number 1 was the issue on the engagement on the bioethanol. Have they spoken to relevant players like your motor industry to accept the fuel that will be added with the bioethanol? Because if that's the case, then it will spark a market for the conversion of sugar into ethanol, and ethanol will be used as an additive to the fuel to increase its octane number. So has the department done anything about that? That's question number 1. Question number 2 was on the assistance, Chair, I didn't hear the small scale farming, the small scale milling. What is the industry doing about it? Have they been helped? Because it's still a crisis right now. They have to wait up until their tonnage is quite high before they can start milling. Are they actually being helped now? So that was my other question, but I know it's not the final engagement. Other thing is I will be able to engage with them at the further time. Thank you very much, my Chair.
Yes, I just want to remind you, but I think you might not have been present in the meeting on the 23rd of August, where initially we had biofuels as part of our downstream discussion, but the minister then requested time to interact with the Department of Minerals Resources and Energy. So that is definitely on our program going forward. So that is still coming. Right. Next, Honorable Mbuyane, you said you had follow-up questions. Before I then just give back to the millers to answer the question on small-scale milling.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity again. Apology, I'm in transit now to Parliament, but I just wanted to check the study, because the study that was done by the NEDLEC, I did not get the response as well in terms of the HPL. Yeah, and then the other one is the issue of the participation of labor that was said to be very much minimal in the plan. So can we be able to get exactly how minimal is it? How possible can it be for the broader consultation of all the labor unions in the process? Chair, I also have a proposal to say it's not a last meeting, yes. We still need to have a joint meeting with all the departments. So it will be proper for us to propose now in this meeting, when are we seeing that it's possible for us to can engage all the departments. Because this industry similarly is the only industry that is not transformed fully, and we need to check as to SASSA is part of this the debate as well, or we need to review also the 1978 Act of the SASSA. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. DM, Honorable DM, I'm not sure the questions on the small-scale milling, NEDLAC and labor. Who we can hand over to for that, Honorable DM? Or Ms. Mhlawuli?
Perhaps, perhaps Honorable Chairperson, I can respond on the...
Okay, the small-scale milling.
Yes, I think there's confusion.
Okay.
I think the question refers rather to small-scale growers and around the daily rateable deliveries. I heard Honorable Chaku refer to they require sufficient tonnage. That there is a process that's been agreed with the DTIC. So there is a process that has been agreed to resolve the matter. And I believe it's a work in progress, but they are being assisted. So the process just needs to follow its course.
Yeah, I think, and we need an update. Okay, Ms. Mhlawuli, I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister is still on the platform.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask Ima to respond on the issues around NEDLAC study as well as the labor issues? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Who are you asking to respond?
Ms. Imamele Mutibi.
Ms. Mutibi, okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mutibi?
Oh, it looks like she's not here. I mean, Madam Chair, I think she has left the meeting.
Okay.
Just to respond on the issue around the NEDLAC study, especially, I think the study is about the socio-economic impact assessment on the of the health promotion levy. That study, I must indicate that it's done at a NEDLAC level, and I think now it's it has been finalized, and now it's under, I think, consultation and comments. I think that is what I know in terms of that study, but I think I can provide, I think, later on the update around that study. So that's the NEDLAC study that I think Member Mbuyana was talking about. And then the labor issues, indeed, I think those are some of, there's Mpho, Madam Chair. I think Mpho can also respond more in details around the NEDLAC study on the socio-economic impact study before I can move to the last question, Madam Chair, through you.
Mr. Taylor, or is it Mr.? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mpho Taylor, and I'm from BevSA, and I'm also part of Task Team 7. It is true that a socio-economic impact study on sugar tax study was conducted and finalized at NEDLAC. It was distributed last year. We are more than happy, Chair, to circulate it. If the assurance that we got from NEDLAC is that document was circulated with various portfolio committee members, but I'm more than happy to share the study with the portfolio committee immediately after the session. But just to give one quick salient feature of that study, Chair, that study confirms, in fact, the study was meant to zoom into the first year of the implementation of the sugar tax. That study confirms that there were 16,621 jobs that were lost during that time. And we now know from our discussions and engagement with SARS that that figure is now sitting at 25,000. And furthermore, that study calls for further studies in terms of health, where to ascertain if there were any health benefits emanating from the health promotions levy. As we stand, we don't have any study that confirms if there were any other health benefits derived from the implementation or the enactment of the sugar tax. But we are busy now trying to engage NEDLAC, Chair, to see if we can get a further extension on the study to see what was the impact of the sugar tax or the HPL as it were in the second and the third year of its implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Totela. So I think now's the time to hand over to you, Honorable McPherson.
No, thanks,
You have
Chair.
a proposal?
It's great. Mr. Mbuyane and myself have known each other for a very long time, and we very rarely think the same, but
congratulations.
Today it is, which explains maybe the sunnier, warmer weather in Cape Town. Chair, I just want to say that I think that there's general agreement that there needs to be a further discussion, but I want to propose that we think along the following lines. That it actually we have a full day discussion on this particular issue, that we have the Department of Health, National Treasury, and DTI in full attendance, ministers, director generals, DDGs, so on and so forth, must all be invited. Everyone must come with their studies. They must come with their timelines. There must be a full package for us to know about what are the metrics of each of these studies, when were they started, when are they going to be finished. Because with due respect to Mr. Harvey, I've been told for the last 8 years that the biofuel study is going to be presented, and it never has materialized or come through. So I think that we need to be able to put all of that on the table. All of the players need to be able to come, and if they have studies, they must bring their studies as well. But I don't think that we must confine ourselves to a 3 or 4 hour discussion. I think we need to have a full day's symposium on this particular issue. It is a very, very important issue. And there are some very complex matters on the downstream sector within the sugar industry that exist. And so I'd like us to actually set aside a full day. And then we need to have everyone in the same room so that no one can hide behind a place of saying, well, this person's not here and we're not sure, and we're in engagements. Let's have the engagement with everyone in the room all together. And if someone says something that's not right, we can turn and say, excuse me, can you please give us a commitment or a discussion on this, so that we can get to the bottom of where this is headed. And then at least Parliament has played its role of doing what maybe the executive can't do or what officials can't do. At least we can then do what our job is, and we can lead this discussion, and we can lead to conclusion this particular issue if others don't want to. So that's my proposal. I'm pretty sure there's going to be no objection to it, but I leave it in your hands to take us forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. In fact, I want to build on your proposal and propose a 2-day colloquium, because if we really want to do it justice with all these departments and all the role players involved, and I think even a day will be too little time. Honorable Burns Ngqamashe.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. At least I'm sure Honorable Macpherson will find it quite pleasant that we have a point of convergence on this matter, and not only the departments which he has just mentioned, but I would also imagine that the Department of Energy, as well as Land Affairs, including COCTA, particularly Traditional Affairs, because remember, in KZN rural area, as well as Mpumalanga, where, for instance, sugarcane growers and farmers operate, the land in rural areas is administered under customary law and practices. So it's helpful to make sure that when we discuss this matter, every potential role players are under one roof. As he correctly puts it, we must leave no stone unturned. We must make sure that everybody who is supposed to provide answers are there. There are clear commitments in terms of giving effect to the fundamental policy trajectory of inclusive economy. We're talking about inclusive economy. Let's make sure that all those who matter are there. No variable is left outside. Thank you very much.
I wanted to end on that note, but I see Dr. Tswaku's hand is up. Honorable Doctor.
Thank you. I wanted to check, Chair, this colloquium, will it be a physical or virtual? Because man, this thing of us.
Physical.
I think we are going to try and make it physical if it's possible.
Yeah, we must go. Yeah, we must go physical now. Want to see this.
Okay, so you're supporting the proposal also.
Yeah, we must. Yeah, we must just. This colloquium must just be the debate and calling all.
Yes.
And please, the Department of Health Chair.
Yes.
Sometimes everyone must come prepared.
Okay.
Come prepared with the stats, yeah, because sometimes they will come and say, "Oh my God, sorry, I forgot a trend." We must actually. There must be a document to say what the terms of reference. What do we really need? Okay. So that we don't say no. Okay, we'll come back next time. Okay, maybe if one inputs maybe some data and whatever. Say okay, these are the things that come prepare with 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let us have a document that will give them a terms of reference that what they must bring. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are agreed. Department of Health, National Treasury, Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform, Departments of Mineral Resources and Energy, and COCTA so far, and then all the role players. So,
and Chair, maybe even provincial governments, if they want to, you know, where these businesses are located, maybe the Western Cape, Mpumalanga, the KZN as well. I think you might find that there's some convergence there.
Yes, let's, as you say in the chat, come one, come all, if we want to make this thing work and to make changes where it's necessary. Thank you very much. I think that concludes a very fruitful day of morning of discussions, and we have a great plan going forward. We know that there are still many unanswered questions, which we will take to the colloquium. We will put in that proposal and work on it as management committee and report back on progress to the portfolio committee. Can I check with the committee secretary on announcements?
What about me, Chair?
I was going to just remind you, Chair, that Dr. Tswaku was going to.
Okay, sorry about that.
Me too. Yeah.
Dr. Tswaku.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. I won't be long, Chair. There was an issue that was on the media, but you will guide me on the seizure of what the rate of the insurance companies by the. Yeah, that I don't know if maybe we can get a presentation or maybe be appraised by the competition. Okay. Yeah, please, the makers come through, and also maybe just to brief us in terms of what have they been doing, and
okay,
you know, I don't know, probably in terms of your plan, you know, remember these entities, and also on a chair. I wanted also to really maybe tell us in terms of maybe if they come, if the committee agree and you agree, and also maybe to appraise us in terms of have they seen there was an article that says that there might be a collusion, price collusion between, there might be a price collusion by the food grocery stores. Because their prices seeming they're very high, almost in the same ballpark. And what is so surprising is that their prices are even more than that of Woolworths. Have they seen some sort of those trends like that? Maybe they come and maybe just give us a briefing on those things like that. Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine, Honorable Tswako, and I encourage all members to please, in future, send a letter to the Secretariat, put in a request, and then we will process it as ManCom and bring it to the program of the PC. You have a right to do so. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Tswako. Committee Secretary.
Chair, just this one announcement, Chair, that our next meeting is next week, Tuesday, where we will get a briefing by DTIC on its initiative to reduce red tape, as well as an update on the rollout of provincial one-stop shops, Chair. So our next meeting is on Tuesday next week, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes our business for today. Thank you very much to everyone who participated in this fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Long
colleagues.
live the Chair.
Bye-bye.
Long live the Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dean.